All right, I'm going to call the Kalamazoo County September 5th, 2023 Committee of the Whole to order. First on the agenda, roll call.
Commissioner DeLu.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
9 present.
All right, next on the agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and number and up to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Hello. My name is John Burhans. I reside at 6838 Isabel Street in Portage, Michigan. I'm in District 4. Ms. Wheeler, it's nice to meet you. So I'm here tonight to talk about the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. I've called in a couple times, wanted to put the name with the face. Some things that I wanted to address tonight. First off, from Ms. Strebs' comments last week with feeling that the transgender community is needing love. I would say, yes, I agree with that. As Catholics, which I am, we pray for everyone involved in any trouble that they have. We love all. So hearing that and understanding that that's happening, that's very misfortunate. And that's not something that as a Catholic, I wish to happen. But as a Catholic, I believe that God created us male and female, and it's not our place to change that since God has created it. Some other things to consider with this is how, as a society as a whole, we are still learning on how this can be handled in ways from when someone undergoes a sex change. And then also even from knowing that money may go to Planned Parenthood through this as well, with the whole blocking of hormones or what have you. There is a higher suicide rate, and in a way, I'm sorry to say, that is sexual lobotomy. Some other points that I've made in the past when I've called in is that, insurance won't cover this. There must be a reason why insurance won't cover this. Why do we need to feel that as a society, we need to have tax dollars go to this? This is my hard-earned money going towards the tax dollars, and it's something that I don't agree with. Also, I understand that the board is looking to address more DE&I issues. I understand that and feel the need. We do have a Northside community that over time that does need some help. I think the money would be better spent going to help that community, knowing that there's children that are going at times homeless and suffering from hunger. Some other things I would encourage you to check out. Recently, I know that Chloe Cole spoke to the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. She spoke about her own experience transitioning and her decision to detransition and how she feels it's the biggest medical scandal. So I encourage you to Google Chloe Cole. Finally, yes, I am the girls soccer coach at Hackett Catholic Prep here in Kalamazoo. I worry all the time about girls' protective spaces. With that, knowing that, we opened a door for this, who's to say, the door's open in other venues. So I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I hope you strongly consider voting down the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. Thank you.
Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Good evening, commissioners. Meredith Place. I reside at 1914 Forest Drive in Portage. Thank you, Dina. So I am here today to just give you all a brief update on Proposal 2. Proposal 2 was passed in November of last year. It expands voter access by requiring at least 9 days of in-person early voting. So you'll see I have a timeline in front of you. This can be shared. The administrator's office has it, but I just wanted to briefly share. So implementation legislation was passed earlier this summer, which gives jurisdictions 3 ways of providing in-person early voting. Jurisdictions can provide early voting on their own. In their own jurisdiction, locally, they can partner with other municipalities, or they can enter into a county agreement. Since January of this year, me and my staff have been meeting with our 19 local clerks. There's a local clerks association. We've had several local clerks association meetings where implementing Proposal 2 has been the primary discussion. My staff and I have also met with all of our 19 local clerks individually, as well as their staff, to talk about ways in which we do implement Proposal 2. Overwhelmingly, we have the support of almost all of our local clerks in Kalamazoo County want to do a county agreement. A lot of the same reasons come up. It's the most cost-effective way. It's the most efficient way for our jurisdictions to provide early voting. It also offers and will offer voters the opportunity to visit we're looking at 4 voting sites that would be located in various places across the county. Voters would be able to go to any of those 4 sites to early vote. Which allows voters to either potentially vote in their own jurisdiction if the site is located there, or to vote if they're, going to a grocery store or going to and from work. So I'm here today to tell you specifically that I'd like you to take a deeper look at what's on the agenda tonight. Under the clerk's item is a request to apply for a state grant. You'll see on the timeline that part of the implementation of Proposal 2 did include a budget that did receive immediate effect, unlike some of the other pieces of Proposal 2 that gave up to $30 million in the budget for implementing Proposal 2, which the $30 million in the boilerplate emphasized incentivization grants for counties to coordinate early voting. So one of the items in front of you tonight, and you only have one on your agenda, is that request to apply for the grant that is due on September 8th. So we're getting down to the wire. On the second page, thank you, Dina. Oh, next page. No, this is it. Sorry, I'm getting foggy. Yeah, you'll see the more of the timeline regarding the plans and such. But I'll just end by saying on your next agenda on the regular meeting for September 19th, you'll have multiple position descriptions. So with the county plan, the county would be appointing election inspectors, election inspector chairpersons, as well as receiving board members. Those are election inspectors that have a very specific duty. In order to appoint those individuals, we have to have a position description. The costs for those would be shared amongst the parties of the agreement. The other position that will be on your agenda in front of you at the next meeting will be an election specialist position. That would be a cost shared by both the county as well as the parties of the agreement. This position has been discussed with Administrator Catlin, where we have his support. And if you would like me to come back to that meeting on that date, I certainly can. But again, this is just to offer you all an opportunity to ask questions. Let me know. You all know how to get a hold of me. So thank you all very much. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? All right, let's roll the calls.
I'm Jeanette Rubinsky calling from Kalamazoo County. Please play this message only at the 4 p.m. meeting of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, September 5. I will call in a different message to be played at the 7 p.m. meeting. According to the agenda for this afternoon's meeting, Administrator Catlin is going to present the proposed 2024 budget for Kalamazoo County. In the coming weeks, you will be negotiating what to keep in the proposed budget and what to cut from the proposed budget. As you know, the YWCA is asking for $100,000 of taxpayer money for their reproductive health fund so that they can increase access to abortion, artificial contraception, gender-affirming care, and doula care. I would like to emphasize that I am strongly opposed to giving any money to the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. This is not a case of simply renewing a grant. The original grant of $43,900, which was awarded in April 2021 and dispersed as 3 payments during December 2021 and February 2022, should never have happened in the first place. That money was originally earmarked for Southwest Michigan First. The Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners at the time rescinded it from Southwest Michigan First and reallocated it to the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. The measure passed by a single vote. The only reason it passed is because the proponents convinced one of the pro-life commissioners that a contract could be drafted stipulating that county money would not be used for abortions. Although the contract was well-intentioned, it ended up being purely cosmetic. Before obtaining Kalamazoo County money, the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund already had commitments from 2 major donors, A, the National Institute for Reproductive Health, and B, the Collaborative for Gender and Reproductive Equity. Getting the county to pay for non-abortion items freed up money from those other 2 sources to pay for more abortions. Furthermore, in 2022, the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund received money from New York City philanthropist and multimillionaire Agnes Gund. They clearly have funding sources other than Kalamazoo County to which they can turn. Please do not use Kalamazoo County taxpayer money to fund the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. Finally, in the interest of transparency, I'd like to request that you post the preliminary 2024 budget online so that the public can review individual line items and provide input prior to its finalization. Thank you.
My name is Michael McIlvain, and I am a homeowner and resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I'd like my message to be played at the 4 p.m. meeting and the 7 p.m. meeting on September 5. It has come to my attention that the YWCA has requested $100,000 for their reproductive health fund from the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners. I'm opposed to this money being granted and desire the county board to deny the YWCA's request. Individuals and businesses have every right to donate money to any organization they wish. I'm thankful for that freedom and autonomy in our country. The way government officials use or allocate their constituents' tax money is a completely different matter. I am absolutely opposed to tax money being handed over to fund practices and procedures that are immoral and destructive to human beings. No tax money for abortions or gender transitioning. Please do not widen your reach. Stay in the lanes appropriate to county government and work to maintain the basics with excellence, the roads and parks and water quality. Thank you for your time and service to those ends.
Hi, my name is Dr. James W. Meliwish. I've lived in the city for 54 years and practiced medicine here for 35 years. And I'm asking to submit a public comment to the county commissioners for their 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings on September 5th, 2023, regarding the proposal before the commission to appropriate tax dollars to the YWCA for so-called women's reproductive health services and or so-called gender-affirming services. The majority of citizens, taxpayers in Kalamazoo County consider abortion the murder of a preborn child. Most physicians in the county consider gender-changing medical surgical treatments not helpful, but causing a lifetime harm and problems for these patients who are really suffering from psychological problems and need psychiatric care, not sex change treatments. The role of county government, the roles of county government are law enforcement, maintenance of transportation infrastructure, control of water and other natural resources, coordination of governing bodies within the county, public health services, such as disease screenings, vaccinations, communicable disease control, general health hazard warnings, among many other things. These are all important functions, but not abortion and so-called sex transition services. There are plenty of private donors who can contribute money to the YWCA if they want to support these services. The county should take care of its obligations first and only. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Joyce Beatty. My husband and I live in the city of Kalamazoo. We pay taxes in Kalamazoo County. We do not want our money going toward the killing of human beings, born or unborn. We ask you to decline that request from YWCA for a $100,000 grant for the killing of the unborn human beings who deserve dignity like all of us. We request that our message be played at the 4 o'clock meeting as well as the 7 p.m. meeting. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Cooper, and I live in Portage, Michigan. Please play my comments at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners meetings on September 5th, 2023. I am calling to again share with you my very strong opposition to funding the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request under consideration for the 2024 budget. If funded, this program will spend $100,000 of our taxpayer dollars to pay for abortions and gender-affirming care. Today, we USA citizens celebrate a national holiday, Labor Day, and we pause to remember the foundations of our great nation. Our Declaration of Independence, signed in 1776, and still so very true and dear to all USA citizens, states that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men, that is, all people of any age, are created equal, and that they are all endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The YWCA Reproductive Health Grant opposes our Declaration of Independence as it does not support life and will utilize our dollars to pay for the killing of preborn children through abortion. As a patriotic citizen of this nation, I will never agree to using my taxpayer dollars to kill preborn children. The push and support for transgenderism and gender-affirming care is another element of the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant that opposes our Declaration of Independence, as it leads to increased loss of life and to loss of the opportunity to pursue happiness for young people. We know that through compassionate mental health treatment rather than mutilating surgery and cross-sex hormones, young people with gender dysphoria can be helped. Please remember that the Surgeon General of the state of Florida, a Harvard MD PhD, has reviewed the transgender surgery hormone treatment outcome data and has concluded that these pediatric transgender surgeries and drug treatments should not be allowed. Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners, please do concentrate on your legitimate responsibilities in serving our county and stay true to our Declaration of Independence and Constitution and our country's Judeo-Christian morality, which supports and defends life. Do not fund the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request. Thank you. I pray that you will carry out your responsibilities righteously for our county. Bye-bye.
Is that it? All right. Next on the agenda, we have review of accounts payable and payable disbursements. Ryan.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. An accounts payable claims list totaling $11,038,962.44 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $9,218,413.13. Payroll disbursements totaling $5,461,081.88 are presented for the August 18th, August 31st, and September 1st payrolls. It is also worth noting that there is one conflict of interest. We've got Commissioner Shrebs for payment made to Southwest Michigan Behavioral Health, amount of $298,746.
Question, the 5 million was because it was multiple payroll periods.
Correct. And it's also worth notating that we had a larger payroll because of our sheriff's payout. We had a retro payment that we'd been earmarking for a while.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other questions? Commissioner Shrebs?
Thank you. And I'll just chime in. I appreciate the director's diligence. And I just want to lift up to the county and constituents per corporation council, our allocations of resources on a contract that's been executed with Southwest Michigan Behavioral Health is not a conflict of interest per se. It is typically, though, one that I elevate my employment status with that organization just to avoid any appearance of a conflict. So just to clarify.
Any other commissioners' questions on? All right, you're off the hook. Next up, we've got our, gosh, I'm up here, sorry. Our budget, Administrator Catlin.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience, and community. Tonight has been a very rigorous process. And first of all, we want to thank each and every one of you, and especially the staff that have been patient and have worked tirelessly on producing a thoughtful, balanced budget that we'll present tonight. We definitely could not have done this without working together as a team, as collaboratively and consistently as we have to ensure that we grow and grow sustainably. Really, the impetus of this budget and really the theme is smart growth. And you will notice that we have made some investments here that concentrate heavily on personnel, whether that focus is salary and or people power. Dina, may you please bring up the presentation? And once she brings that up, I'll get started. You can scroll to the second slide, Dina, when you have the moment. And while everyone is waiting for a second here, I know we're trying to start the presentation. There we go. I've just sent the email to the presentation materials to your emails and all of the elected officials and department heads of the county. So we'll start off with the outline. Really today, we will embark on an insightful journey through Kalamazoo County's financial landscape for the upcoming year. Our roadmap detailed across 22 slides here, very comprehensive, and they will guide us through a review of the expenditures, the spotlight on personnel costs, as well as a deep dive into our major revenue sources and those streams. We'll explore the mechanics of managing our fund balance, align our discussions with the board's top priorities, and thoroughly assess our plans for 2024. Additionally, we will shed light on the pivotal decisions and recommendations that go beyond just the incremental adjustments. Next slide, please, Gina. So we'll kick it off here with a review of the expenditures. Keep in mind that there are breaks within each or within the presentation where I'll entertain questions. So if you just try to remain patient on answering some questions, we'll kind of break cleanly through this, and there'll be some natural time here to ask questions. So we'll kick off the financial exploration with a bird's eye view of our 2024 expenditures, specifically highlighting the personnel costs that I discussed earlier. This encompasses crucial adjustments and step increases and a proposed 3% wage scale adjustment, all while factoring in the varied fringe benefits raised for our diverse staff. So that's from your regular to temporary employees, as well as those serving in the sheriff's office. It is crucial that we want to maintain an open dialogue. So again, I'll have some natural breaks in there for the questions, and then we'll continue with the next slide, Dina. So moving on, we introduce foundational building blocks in this budget that are pivotal in sculpting more resilient, proactive Kalamazoo County government. For the first time in the budgeting history here in Kalamazoo County, we're acknowledging and addressing two significant key elements in expenditures. One is overtime, and then the establishment of a flooring fund. And I know those don't sound really instrumental, but it's something that we wanted to concentrate on. So recognizing in our budget, overtime for every department is not just an acknowledgement of their hard work and dedication of the staff, but also a reflection of our commitment to financial transparency and prudence. We're ensuring that every hour of service dedicated to the county's progress is accounted for and rewarded appropriately. On the other hand, the creation of this flooring operating fund represents our proactive approach in ensuring that we build a solid financial floor, no pun intended, or foundation to support unexpected needs and innovative initiatives. Like the foundation for a strong building in these previously overlooked elements that will help fortify the budget and the structure. This will make our county government more robust and prepared for the future. Next slide, please. So questions on initial expenditures, as I just walked through the major revenues or the major expenditures that affect the budget.
And just so everybody knows, I anticipate we're going to have a lot more budget meetings and a lot more questions on expenditures. This is the first time, so people in the audience are aware, this is the first time. I mean, we got this information about 10 minutes ago. So I did have a quick question on the budgeted 80% pool amount in your slide of review of expenditures. Does that mean that we're only budgeting 80% of our salary pool?
That is correct. So what we anticipate is that we will typically have vacancies within the pool. So we only budget 80% basically for that reason. We know based on consistent rates in our vacancies that it's typically we only need about 80% of actual people power that we have or human capital that we have planned in the budget.
I would say that's far more, that's probably way more substantial than the budgeting of the overtime or the flooring fund. But the 80% of salary pool, can we get, one of the questions I probably need is the history of what we've used out of salary pool. I know traditionally that's been a source of a lot of our carryover by not using that. So I wasn't aware that we could do that, but I think that's a good idea to fund a certain percentage of our salary pool. It allows us a lot more flexibility for creating other positions. So that was probably one of the largest revenue generators, I'm assuming, budgeting 80% as opposed to 100%. That would be an extra 7 million roughly.
We can run those numbers and get that to the board here pretty shortly. Yep.
And then the last one, I guess to make up for that, a lot of when we're not using the salary pool, a lot of we use our salary pool to pay for overtime now. So it's not that we're not paying employees overtime. That's coming out of our salary pool now. So so we're shifting that to an 80% and then dedicating some of that 7 to 7.5 million or whatever is created to the salary total of 2 million of that, of what's created to the overtime roughly. Is that a gist?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then the dedicated fund to the flooring CIP, I mean, that should be higher, but that's just me. I think that goes through our CIP every single year and we're always, we need to do it. At this point, it's an expenditure, not a CIP, but so I agree with that. Any other Commissioner Stubbs?
Thank you, Chair. I also had growth on the 80% pool, so thank you for lifting that up. Previously, we've been budgeting 100% of the pool. Is that correct? Okay. The other question I have is related to fringe rate. that continues to escalate year over year. And so I see some breakdowns in differentiation from the regular rate of 42.9 with a listed part-time and temporary rate, sheriff's rate at 54%. And I know that's based on negotiated contracts within the office, but can you help articulate what in particular in the fringe that's offered in those contracts stands out to create such a significant difference in that cost?
Absolutely, Commissioner Strip. So the main difference there are health benefits that are, they're a little bit different for the sheriff's office, and then pension is different as well for the sheriff's office for those bargain employees.
Do they have access to the employee health center as well, like other employees?
They do, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Jen just answered one of the questions. We have in the past used 100% of the salary, as we're assuming that's going to go out. Now we're dropping back to 80. Do you have any idea what the history of how much of that 100% that was budgeted have we actually spent over the last few years?
Yeah.
Is it closer to 80 than 100? Obviously it is.
Yeah, so our calculations, it's closer to the 80%. What we try to take into account too with the vacancies, 80% still pretty high, but we have to recognize that you have large employee payouts that are for employees that are retiring or separate from county government, and those sorts of things. If there's back pay that's warranted based on some sort of litigation or contract, something that's bargained, that's all kind of factored in there too. But we're going to get more of a trend analysis to the board on that, so you can all see what those numbers look like and how that shakes out.
Would you bear with me for one additional question? It's related, but not directly related. I was surprised, I think at our last meeting, when I found out that employees still can take a lump sum. I don't know why. I thought that was done away with, I don't know, 8 years ago, 6 years ago, or whatever. That's still in there, so it's not always a pension payout over a period of years.
We will check in with our human resource director. I thought that the lump sum, anyway, we'll get back to you within the presentation on that. I'll circle back on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And could you tell me, maybe I'm losing my mind, but I really swore we sat here and talked about it, and it was a done deal that there would be no longer a possibility of a lump sum, because that puts a lot of uncertainty on the table.
I think what we did in 2016, if you want to look at it, I think we offer a lump sum, but there's a serious penalty to it. It actually it lowers our liability more than what we're paying out when we do a lump sum. That was my understanding of that.
So in essence, we put the kibosh on it without actually taking it away totally.
Correct, but I think there are still some people that are exercising, and even though it's disadvantageous to that employee.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we will continue with the next slide. I will note that as part of this presentation, the budget book you all don't have yet. We'll have it by the next meeting with all of the changes in finance. We have a new director, new deputy finance director, lots of new staff, and a new ERP system, as well as a new budget book software that we just need the extra time to get that put together. But that'll have all of your detailed information, including the budget policies. For the expenditures, the expenditures total this year is $86,613,000. So that all get broken out, but the brunt of that, as you all know, is personnel costs and expenses, and so that's why those were reviewed as the major revenue source or the major expenditure categories. So transitioning to the lifeblood of our county's fiscal strength, our major revenue sources where we'll highlight. Let's zoom in on our current real property taxes. So for FY 2024, Kalamazoo County has seen a promising 4% increase is what we're projecting. This is both a testament to our market's vitality and proactive economic community development initiatives that have taken root in our county. To place our progress in perspective with our neighbors, Dina, if you just click one time, it'll pop up. There we go. Kent County, which is 3 times our size, projected a 4.5% increase. Ottawa County projected 7% increase, and they're about 30,000 more than our population. Muskegon County is projecting a growth of 5%, while Washtenaw and Ingham counties project 1.5% and 4% respectively. These figures not only provide a comparative snapshot of the regional growth, but also underscore the significance of our 4% rise. As we continue to fortify our revenue base, it's essential to recognize and celebrate these milestones while also keeping an eye on the broader regional landscape. Next slide, please. Transitioning now to some other major revenue sources that come together with a unique set of challenges and unpredictability. So the two here, which we highlight, are marijuana tax and investment income. It's paramount that we as Kalamazoo County not only acknowledge the fluctuating nature of these revenues, but also employ best practices in our forecasting. Our guiding principle has been to strongly adhere to a 3-year running average for these forecasts. This methodology, which is rooted in best practices, provides a more balanced and realistic projection, minimizing the risks associated with the volatile revenues. So as you see, for marijuana tax, we did collect 1.5 million in 2022. 2023, which is this year's budget, we budgeted $1 million basically. And then our 2024 budget, we're looking at an increase of about $250,000. We're at 1.75 million. And there are some questions I'm sure that I'll get asked about that, and I'll answer those here when we break for questions in here in just a little bit. So kind of continuing on, turning our attention to, or shifting the attention to investment income, which is deeply influenced by market dynamics. Although 2022 presented us with lower actuals, we forecasted 905 for the 905,000 for the 2023 budget. This definitive landscape for 2024 is still contingent upon mark-to-market reports, which we await in early 2024. Nevertheless, given the current market trends and our commitment to sound fiscal strategy, our FY 2024 projection for investment income stands at $2 million. In navigating these dynamic revenue streams, it's crucial that we remain both hopeful and cautious, balancing optimism with meticulous understanding of market trends. The theme here is to convey some prudence while also emphasizing the importance and adherence of best practices and acknowledging the unpredictable nature of certain revenue streams. I recently participated in a Southwest Michigan First workshop where PNC Bank Chief Investment Officer went over market analysis for investments nationwide. PNC is a very large bank, and they have a lot of assets that they hold and try to position in the market. He had explained that 2023 we may see another 0.25% increase, but in January the Feds have already told them that interest rates are going down. And remember, this is the 2024 budget, not the 2023 budget. So we have to keep in mind that it's a volatile market, it's a fast moving market, and we can't place all our bets on investments and earmark dollars towards staff that then we have to lay off if we don't hit those marks. So it's very important that we kind of lay that out there. Next slide, please, Dina. So shifting gears a little bit from unpredictable to more predictable revenue streams, let's delve into our fixed revenue streams, facilitated really by the state of Michigan. These revenue streams, by virtue of their consistency, offer us a stable foundation to strategize and allocate resources efficiently. First is state revenue sharing, which stands at the forefront. That's locked in for 2024 at 6%, resulting in a $6.2 million budget for that. This boost reaffirms the state's commitment to ensuring counties like ours have the necessary financial backbone to serve our communities effectively. We then move on to convention, facility, and alcohol tax, which is steadfast at 1.8, almost 1.9 million. The fund not only supports our hospitality industry, but also contributes to the cultural and social fabric of the county. Then we have the child care fund reimbursement, specifically focusing on in-home care component. This year, we're looking at a favorable surge of about 220,000, reflecting the state's recognition of the importance of child welfare within the community. We also then reviewed ARPA to ensure that we spend that down as quickly as possible as we're required to within the states or within the federal government's final ARPA rule. This fund presents a reallocation of about $900,000 from the $462,000 balance that we have sitting there now. So for a total about $1.362 million. These funds, obviously through originating from government, our federal government work in tandem with our state-backed revenues to address these challenges posed by the pandemic and ensure the county's steady recovery. And then additionally, which is not highlighted on this slide, we received $100,000 from the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund by the federal government. It was sort of in tandem with ARPA. We just received that. This funding is symbolic of the federal government's commitment to support local jurisdiction, ensuring consistency in services and aid while fostering strong relationships and cooperation within the community. The LATCF fund is designed to bolster areas such as ours. Other areas in the United States receive more money, but ours is pretty comparable to counties our size. So together, these fixed revenue streams solidify our financial framework and enabling us to plan, strategize, and execute with confidence. As we look ahead in this financial assurance coupled with our proactive management, that promises a better future for Kalamazoo County. And with that said, with revenues, I'm happy to pause to take questions. And again, these are just highlighting the major revenue sources that we really focus on.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hepler, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. Real quick on the state shared revenues, it showed a 6% and I was a little confused. Is that an increase to the 6 million or that is a total of 6 million?
Total 6 million.
That's the writing there was a little confusing.
6 million. Yep.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Has anything changed about the timing of ARPA? We are required, if I understand that nothing has changed, to allocate it by the end of 24, spend it by the end of 26. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we need to allocate it by December 31st, 2024, which is why it's being brought up in this presentation. And then, yes, we have to have it fully expended by December 31st, 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Streb.
Thank you, Chair. Administrator, could you clarify, you were just going a little quick, the newest additional revenue source that we just received that you mentioned after ARPA, what's the name of it again for me?
Yes, it is the Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund.
So does this have to do with collaboration with tribal communities in particular?
Yes, so they talk about partnerships with the tribal communities, but it also underscores the partnerships just in general in the community. It has a tribal focus and tribal governments did receive this as well. So it kind of speaks to both community and in some respects working with tribal governments as well.
Okay. I'd be interested in more information
Sure.
about that program when you do
Absolutely.
it. Thank you.
Okay, one of the things that I'm going to want to get from you guys, I know you probably don't have it on your fingertips, but the equalization numbers for the past 6 years, along with what we budgeted for growth, it's been my kind of, understanding, just looking at a few of them, we've traditionally over exceeded expectations on the growth. I was thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 4.5 for growth, but 4 is a heck of a lot better than it has been in the past. And I will admit that is better. Usually we're at 3.5. And we get, I think our last equalization report was 6.75 or 6.6 or 6.7. It was much higher than 3.5 or 4. So, I mean, I think each point is about 500,000 if I'm doing my math right, 610,000 roughly. Each point. So, if we did a half point, that would be an extra 300,000 in revenue, which I think we can sustain that. The cannabis tax, I agree with you, 1.75 is probably right on. There is growth. The industry's growing at about 6-7% a year. That's probably right. The investment income, that's probably where I'm going to have the probably biggest disagreement in the budget, and that's fair, and it's good. This year, it says 2023 budget was 905,000. Currently to date, we're over $7 million in investment income so far. That's $6 million that's going to go to carryover. We'll be 4 million under in expenditures. We will probably return in 2023 the neighborhood of 12 to 14 million dollars conservatively into carryover that will increase our unallocated reserves even more. I would suggest that this is my thoughts, that we go more aggressive in the investment side, not aggressive. We're going to make 10 million plus this year. Only about 55% of it goes to general fund. 45% of it goes to everything else from CIP to road commission. But if that's $5.5 million, that's going to go to the general fund. I think we can be more aggressive in that. I wouldn't want to go all the way, because I do think it's not in the best practice to be putting people's salaries and wages on something that is discretionary as investments. However, we've been realizing much farther results than we have in the past. And I don't think we're going to be looking at layoff strategies. If we come in $3 million and let's say we budgeted and we're just totally off and it's $2 million more on our expenditure side than when it comes in on our revenue, and we run a $2 million deficit this year, we can sustain that for about 18 years with our fund balance. So I'm not worried about staff layoffs as much as maybe potentially hiring freezes. The state revenue sharing, I think you're right on those. I appreciate the increase. And the local assistance, tribal assistance fund, I think that's because it goes to tribal communities as well as cities, villages, townships, and counties. And then there is some component in there as well, I think, in realization of working with different communities or working with different municipalities. But those are my kind of 2 cents on that portion, for what it's worth to commissioners on the revenue side. This is where I think I am pleased on the 80% salary pool. The more it's going through my head, I think it makes more sense. But on the revenue side, I think this is where we can probably focus, look at a lot of trends, and then kind of make the decision. And I just, Kevin and I are in disagreement with this, but I want everybody here to know I appreciate that conservative a voice in this budget process, because it takes both, really does, to put together a good budget. You've got to have that back and forth, and you guys are the deciding factor on what is right and what's the right level. So that's just my 2 cents. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I like to think of myself as a positive oriented person. Some of you would refer to me as a Pollyanna, I suppose. But I do want to remind everyone that when we look at equalization rates and revenues therefrom, beginning in, I think it was 2009, the bottom dropped out. It's not a case of your property values are always going to go up. It took almost a decade for some of the townships to get back to the revenues that they had when the bottom dropped. So, be positive, but don't get silly.
With Prop A, it took them a lot longer, but when that drop in the smoothing of the 5 years, it took them with Prop A, even though the valuations were dropping, it was still not hitting the taxable value because the Prop A had lowered it so much. So even though we did go through a 2008 and 2009 slump, it was mostly the very industrialized municipalities that were actually receiving the drop in revenue, whereas like a lot of the rural areas were just not getting their increase that they traditionally got. So
that's right.
Streps.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to articulate, I also want to be mindful that we don't carry excessive amounts into unallocated reserves, that these are tax collections from the community, that we don't want to be, unmindful about how those are allocated, but they need to, be committed to working for the community. It is revenue that we generate from them. I want to circle back though to one other question that wasn't articulated here. I know we're going to see a particular allocation for overtime, and if administrator maybe could identify that. I know previous budget practice, we've been just allocating 100% of the salary pool, and then not filling that and then making a budget adjustment at the end of the year to cover the overtime. So can you tell me the difference between that 80% pool allocation and what we've budgeted for overtime? And I'll also lift up, I'm very glad to see the increases for our employees. They deserve them. So.
Absolutely. So that's information I'll have to circle back with you on and get you the exact numbers. But you are correct. The way that it used to work is that, so some departments, so for example, like the sheriff's office, they have an overtime budget, always have. But there are other departments, for example, that when we met through the process, such as, for example, the prosecutor's office, they did not have an overtime budget. And so what would happen is that at the end of the year, they would meet with finance and administration to then come up with the budget adjustment to adjust so the employees still get paid the overtime, right? Then they have collected it, but it creates sort of an administrative burden and unnecessary burden on the department to then have to justify why they have overtime expenditures when they're down vacancies and they have to work employees more because they don't have enough employees to do the work. So we decided this year to give those departments that have historically have had overtime, but not the budget for it, decided to give them the budget to just move forward that way without having to do unnecessary budget adjustments at the end of the year. It's really, when you think about it, it's a transparency issue. You have departments accruing overtime, but in their budget, it's not in there until the end of the year. So no one really sees it unless they're looking at the annual financial report at the end of the year or at the beginning of the next year for the previous year rather. So, but we can get you those numbers. I have a note in here to get the numbers on the salary pool versus overtime expenditures, so you all can see how those shake out.
Any other commissioner questions? All right, fund balance.
All right, thank you. So where did I leave off here? So yes, fund balance, as we sort of venture further into the fiscal landscape, it's noteworthy, it's a noteworthy point of pride for us that emerges, which is the fund balance, that surplus within that general fund. So, really based on our meticulous financial evaluations, the net general fund revenue for the upcoming year is forecasted to stand at a robust $86,613,000, as I sort of pointed out earlier. So the expenditures match that, so it's a balanced budget. So the expenditures would also be, right now, as you see, there's a surplus. I'll present the administrator's recommendation, and then that's where it'll match the 86,613. So in the spirit of financial equilibrium and ensuring our county's stable fiscal health, our expenditures have been precisely balanced to match the projected revenue, as well as elaborated in the administrator's recommended budget, as I just discussed. The strategic alignment leads us in a favorable position, which is that surplus of $2.6 million. This isn't merely a testament of our fiscal prudence, but also provides us with flexibility and resources to address the unforeseen challenges and opportunities in the year ahead. As a point of clarity, it's essential to recognize the approach our departments employ in budgeting. Each department begins with a status quo or flat budget for each year, ensuring continuity is stable. However, acknowledging the evolving needs of our county and its departments, there's a provision for them to request additional funding for the upcoming year, allowing for innovation, growth, and enhancements in service. This surplus, combined with our systemic budgeting approach, signifies our unwavering commitment to Kalamazoo County's fiscal health and progress. So what I'm talking about here are the new funding requests. The surplus is that's how we address the new funding requests. We utilize that surplus to address those. Next slide, please. So before we get into the administrator's recommended budget, we'll take a look at fund balance. As a reminder to the board and the community, fund balance, while sometimes viewed as a reservoir of excess funds, plays a critical role in local governance. As we delve into the nuances of our fiscal health, it's imperative to take a moment to discuss fund balance. As of December 31st, 2022, the county stands with a significant fund balance of $39.5 million. While these numbers seem abundant, it's essential to contextualize the importance of our financial landscape. The Board of Commissioners throughout the year commits a portion of this fund balance to various vital projects that directly impact the community and its well-being. But beyond this strategic commitment lies the significance of maintaining a robust fund balance as a safeguard. This cushion is not merely about having extra or just an excess that we don't know, or just an excess budget that we're just sitting on, but is our line of defense against unforeseen expenditures, economic downturns, or fiscal emergencies that may arise in any given year. According to best practice in governmental research and finance, maintaining a healthy fund balance is coincidental for several reasons. So liquidity, it ensures that we have the cash on hand to address immediate expenses without waiting on incoming revenues. Our credit worthiness, a healthy fund balance can positively influence our credit rating, enabling us to secure favorable terms if we ever need to borrow or issue bonds. Economic stability, during economic downturns, a substantial fund balance helps stabilize operations without immediate drastic cuts. 4, unforeseen expenditures, be it natural disasters, sudden infrastructure needs such as the Eagle Crooked Lake, for example, or unanticipated legal obligations, workers' comp lawsuits, things like that. A fund balance is our safety net. Lastly, smooth operations. It ensures that regular operations and services to the public are not disrupted, even in tighter fiscal periods. If we do not maintain a considerable fund balance, the Board of Commissioners could be faced with challenges down the line. So we do have to be cautious. Choices like laying off dedicated staff, cutting essential services, or having tax adjustment hikes hastily, all of which can have profound impacts on the community. So in essence, a healthy fund balance isn't just about the numbers on a balance sheet. It's really a commitment of stability, foresight, proactive governance. As stewards of financial health, our aim is to strive for a healthy balance, ensuring that we invest in today while safeguarding tomorrow. As you see up on the screen, there are expenditures that have been earmarked from the 39.5 million, so we're down to about 24.1 million. Next slide, Dina. So understanding the fund balance through the lens of cash flow gives a clear picture of the county's financial rhythms and rationale behind the fund balance policy as established. So transitioning from the overarching concept of fund balance, let's really take a magnifying glass and look at this as an essential mechanism driving our financial health, which is the cash flow. First, what we do is let's anchor ourselves to the fund balance policy that this board has followed for many, many years. This policy really articulates, and it's founded on the prudence and forward thinking, mandates that Kalamazoo County government maintains a fund balance ranging between 20 and 25% of general fund operating revenues. In quantifiable terms, given our fiscal year 2024 operating revenue projection of $86,113,000, the financial floor for 20% is 17.3 million, and the financial ceiling for fund balance at 25% is 21.5 million, or 21.6 million rather. So why this range? Really the answer lies in the erratic nature of our revenue streams. Unlike a consistent monthly income, the county's revenue influx doesn't follow really a uniform pattern. Next slide, please, Dina. Yes, thank you. So most of our revenue sources, especially the significant ones, find our way to the coffers, majorly converging around February and August of each year. But the cyclical trend demands a reservoir of funds to ensure that during the leaner periods of the year, the county operations run without a hitch and services to our residents remain uninterrupted. The fund balance in this context isn't merely a repository of or acts as a financial buffer, but what it really does is allow us the fluidity to manage operations seamlessly, irrespective of the revenue calendar. It ensures that salaries are paid, suppliers are compensated, projects progress, and services are delivered consistently. Next slide, please, Dina. This is just another calendar to kind of show you how sporadic the revenues are on the major revenue sources. So really, by adhering to the fund balance policy as established, we're not just simply complying with the rule, we're equipping ourselves with the financial agility to navigate through the year as efficiently as we can, aligning our resources with our commitments and ensuring Kalamazoo County wheels keep turning irrespective of when funds flow in. With that said, the FY 2024 budget does utilize fund balance as described on previous slides. Next slide, please, Dina. So we utilize fund balance for capital expenditures for 2024 to the tune of $3 million, and that was detailed on a previous slide, with the general fund surplus forecasted at 2.6 million and an ARPA reallocation forecasted at 1.36 million. We have financial resources to help scope the balanced budget while prioritizing key elements and projects that this board has brought up in the budget retreat in July. Next slide, please, Dina. So now we'll move into the board priorities that were established, and that helped guide how the administrator's budget was crafted. So as we move forward here, it's imperative to underscore the guiding principles that help shape the financial planning, which are, the board's priorities. So this year, the board made a resounding statement that DE&I and budget responsibilities are the twin pillars of for budgetary focus. So unpacking this, DE&I, we believe that in an era of demanding social consciousness, the board's commitment to DE&I isn't merely a nod to the global trend, but rather it's an intrinsic belief that Kalamazoo County really thrives on knowing that everyone's voices are heard at the table. Budget responsibility. So being fiscally responsible isn't just about being conservative, it's really about being smart. And again, you'll hear that smart growth is really the underpinning of this budget. It's about ensuring that every dollar spent brings value in the community, and the board's emphasis on here is to this pillar is a testament to their dedication to maximizing that impact while being mindful of the county's resources. Next slide, please, Dina. So diving a little bit deeper, the overarching principles have distinct manifestations. So employees was one of those. And we concentrated on IT and infrastructure. So recognizing the role of technology and modern governance, investments in IT and infrastructure are paramount. This ensures efficiency, responsiveness, and adaptability in our operations. And then we looked at role fulfillment and retention. So our employees are, it's no secret, are our greatest asset. So the focus is not just on filling those open roles, but also on retaining the talented workforce. This encompasses competitive salaries, retention, incentives, and creating a conducive work environment that nurtures that growth. The other concentration was community. And so we looked at health and well-being of the community. We all know that a healthy community is a thriving community. So investments here reflect our commitment to ensuring every resident has access to quality resources that foster that growth. And then safety initiatives. We know that safety isn't just about law enforcement, but it's about creating environments where our residents and guests feel secure, protected, and valued. The emphasis on safety initiatives is to bolster our community's commitment to resilience and trust. In essence, what you'll see here shortly from the administrator's budget isn't just an isolated fiscal and financial document. It's really a manifestation of the board's vision, its embodiment of their priorities, and a roadmap to building a stronger, inclusive, and responsive Kalamazoo County. Next slide, please, Dina. So before I get into the recommendation here, I kind of want to go over just a little bit of my management principles, and then we can kind of talk through. Yeah, I guess, Dina, if you go to the previous slide, please, that way. Yeah, we can. So I'll talk about a little bit my management principles around sustainability, accountability, and foresight. and then how those align with the board's priorities. So sustainability, what we wanted to ensure that emphasizing long-term planning over short-term gains, ensuring that our decisions today not only invest in the future, but do not compromise tomorrow's opportunities. We want to be accountable. So I'm definitely a firm believer in transparency and responsibility, and that every decision is backed by data, rationale, and the community's best interests. And then foresight, predicting those potential challenges and preparing for them, ensuring that our county is a step ahead. The board's priorities, again, were DE&I and budget responsibility. So that conjoint funding strategy is the confluence of our management principles and the board's priorities, and how those are shared in a funding strategy that is presented. So the underpins of smart growth, what we did here by integrating sustainability from my philosophy of D&I and the board's priorities, we aim for growth that is inclusive and long-lasting investment. What we did was establish an investment versus spend mindset with accountability and budget responsibility as our guiding lights. Every dollar allocated isn't just spent, it's invested. It's about ensuring returns. It's about being on the terms that the community is on. It's about investment in infrastructure and growth and our future savings. So really combining foresight from my philosophy and the board's emphasis on fiscal prudence, our approach isn't about being restrictive, but rather it's about being smart. It's about ensuring the services continue uninterrupted and employment remains consistent during uncertain times. And Dina, we can go to the next slide. So for the minister's recommended budget, if you keep in mind that we have the general fund surplus backed with the law enforcement fund and then backed by the ARPA funds, we presented the administrator's recommended budget to fund the new funding requests that were presented back in July during the board's budget retreat. The new funding request totaled about 10.2 million. And so with 2.6 million to help and the 1.3 from ARPA, this is what we came up with, a heavy focus on the employees. So, which is one of the board's priorities. So administration will receive one FTE for an administrative assistant, an additional FTE for a digital media specialist to back up communications and the public information officer, buildings and grounds, one FTE for an administrative assistant, and an additional FTE for a telecommunications analyst, the clerk register deeds office, 2 FTEs for 2 supervisory positions, which underpins some of the investment and retention. There's only 1 supervisor in that office, not including the clerk. Another FTE for elections. You just heard the clerk speak about Prop 2. That is something that is coming down the pipe, and we will need to fund that. So that's in there. Corporation counsel, an additional FTE for an assistant corporation counsel and or paralegal. Office of the Drain Commissioner requested an FTE for soil erosion control agent. HCS requested 2 FTEs for a health education division manager and an health education generalist. Human Resources has 4 FTEs, actually. I'm not sure why they didn't make it in there. But we actually have 4 FTEs for human resources specialists based on the number of positions that are being added to the roster. We have 25 plus positions that are being added to the roster. So HR is going to need the assistance of human capital to help process all of the incoming people. IT, we have 1 FTE for enterprise application coordinator, an additional FTE for a SharePoint application analyst. In planning and development has an FTE for an administrative coordinator. Lastly, the treasurer's office has an FTE for treasury specialist. These are not all of the positions, because as you then shift to law enforcement fund, you'll notice that there are some positions in there, but we'll start with circuit court. As you know, the law enforcement fund has to be used for law enforcement millage related categories, which are courts, animal services, prosecuting attorney, and sheriff. So the courts has a need for, it's called Max. It's an attorney contract that's coming down the pipe. So that's $30,000 that they have to implement next year. They need court security deputies. Their model of contracting with security companies is just not been real advantageous for us. We've been experiencing some issues, so they're asking for some funding there from the law enforcement fund to assist with that. Circuit Court also has an FTE for problem solving courts. Animal Services has a need for increasing provision, so that's the animal food and those related things. Animal Services also has a mobile device stipend that wasn't in the budget that's needed for a director. Community Corrections, as articulated in the new funding request, they wanted a general fund appropriation. However, it's well suited for the law enforcement fund, $313,000. The Sheriff's Office had some requests in there for inmate medical expense, which has been on the rise in their provisions account as well for inmate food. Prosecuting attorney, 3 FTEs for assistant prosecuting attorneys. We have 2 FTEs for clerk typists for the Sheriff's Office, and then an additional 2 FTEs for medical personnel for the Sheriff's Office. Next slide, please, Dina. We then have operational initiatives, and these were initiatives that assist in operations and maintaining an efficient workforce. One of these, the first one is an administrative / board initiatives for multilingual Zoom captions. That really underpins and strengthens our commitment to DNI and our kind of quest to ensure that folks that are watching our meetings are able to read the captions in a language that they understand. Buildings and grounds, we have increased for utilities that we have to pay for. As you know, the new Justice Center is quite large, much larger than our old facilities, and utilities are just increasing in general from consumers. We have a facility optimization request in here for $455,000, and that really speaks to the amount of work that we'll have to do in not only this building but other facilities to accommodate 25 plus new personnel. We don't have those offices now, so we'll have to remodel some spaces within existing buildings to get that work done. Corporation Counsel, employee training account increase. We have Corporation Counsel mobile device stipend increase based on the FTEs that will be in that office. The Drain Commissioner's office has a fuel increase because they work out in the community. Finance has contractual services increase. We've also increased or planned money in there in the budget for human resources to work with recruiting firms for positions that are very difficult to fill. So we're thinking, APAs, your assistant prosecuting attorneys, your nurses, those sorts of things where we can have a specific recruiter actually spend time and invest their time on those sorts of positions so we get quality candidates that want to come work here. We have internal communications increases, which are all of the IT fees that we have, from the phones to the network charges, those sorts of things. The Microsoft Office 365, that's kind of across the board. So the increase for that is there, $303,000. Information technology has some new personnel that will be assigned for this budget. So that's an increase for their mobile device stipend. Information technology requested employee training so that they are able to adequately train not only themselves on the new products that they'll roll out next year, but also train staff that will have to utilize those products. MSU extension contractual services increases in there for $2,500. 2 planning and development increases that aren't really large, but 1 for maintenance system, which is the GIS system, and then employee training account. And then the clerk register of deeds, general fund, this is really the register of deeds side, general fund appropriation increase of $50,000. This is again something that over the years has just been addressed through a budget adjustment at the end of each year, but to be transparent, it should just be increased so that from year to year that the actual number is reflected as it should be. And then the treasurer's office contractual services increase, their budget request is satisfied there for contractual services, which are a myriad of services. Next slide, Dina, please. ARPA initiatives. So we utilize some of this funding here of the 1.36 million. So as you see, $880,000 is utilized here. Corporation Counsel, a matter management system to manage all of the matters. On any given day, there's that number fluctuates, but on average, it's been fluctuating around 400 plus, and it's being maintained in something identical to basically a Word document, very inefficient, hard to track things. Planning and development, supporting a countywide infrastructure plan. So that's sort of a one-time expense. Prosecuting attorney, we had, we've have some issues in recruiting APAs and even retaining APAs. So we have some funding in there to offer, similar to the sheriff's office, recruitment and retention incentives. The sheriff's office, last three here, requested some body worn cameras for corrections officers, additional funding possibly for recruitment and retention incentives to continue that good work, because it has been working under the program that they've administered under ARPA, and then funding support for the police academy program. And then lastly, we earmarked some funding in here from the LAT CF funding for the Veteran Service Officer office. They still need additional funding for food vouchers, although they will have the millage go through if passed. The problem with that is that they won't actually collect their revenue until December 2024. So they'll need kind of advanced funding, and they're running out of funding now for those food vouchers. And then Dina, next slide. The last slide are a list of priorities that we've heard from the board, or either from the board individually or commissioners individually, or even as a group. And these really seem to focus on more or less pilot programs. So we've worked sort of off the record, behind the scenes with Commissioner Morales on an employee emergency relief fund. And so we don't know what that costs. So that's why there's a question mark there, but we wanted to bring that up. A foreclosure assistance fund, similar to what the city of Kalamazoo does. I spoke to Vice Chair Ray about that long time ago, but that's funding that you could earmark some ARPA dollars for. Bidder engagement, we've worked with Commissioner Strebs and Chair Taylor on some changes to our bidder policy, and so none of those have even been worked out yet, but just some funding should be earmarked for some engagement for that. We've heard from Chair Taylor and actually even others on the TRICARE Child Care Assistance Program. That's a state-funded program where the state pays a third, the county would pay a third of the child care, and then the employee would pay a third. So it's a benefit to our employees. So that could help with recruitment, retention. And then we heard recently about the state medical bill relief program, and that has been elevated by Vice Chair Ray and Commissioner Strebs. So there's some funding from the state that if we earmark some dollars for, they'll match it, and then we can help pay off residences' medical bills. And so with that said, right now, the general fund surplus in the budget that I proposed from those tables, it's balanced, so that surplus is all utilized. So there's no funding there. And then there's ARPA funding available still to earmark towards those board priorities, what we would title, I guess, transformative community initiatives. And so that's kind of what we have there. And then I have one more slide, Dina, please, and then we will take as many questions as possible here. So the last slide here really concludes the presentation, and it's imperative to really discuss a key facet of the budgeting process, which is the management of unanticipated revenues. And so this is more or less an example, but over the years, we have been occasionally met with unexpected surpluses. And so those unexpected surpluses are, could be, for example, investment income. If we budget 2 million, but then realize 4 million, what do we do with the $2 million? Basically is what we're getting at. So we wanted to talk about that. So our approach for the unanticipated revenues would be working with the county board of commissioners to align unanticipated revenues with the board's priorities. Any surplus is first viewed through that lens of those priorities as established for 2024. So does it advance the goals of DE&I? And does it help foster budget responsibility? Does it contribute to focus on employees and community well-being? If so, then those requests would be naturally suited and brought to the forefront to satisfy throughout the year. We also want to look at agility and governance. While we firmly believe in planning, we also understand that static plans in a dynamic world and county like Kalamazoo is really sometimes limiting. So being agile, we should be open to accommodating those new priorities that arise throughout the fiscal year. So because you set priorities now, doesn't mean that they might not change later on. So we want to be able to address those. So if they come up and we see that priorities have shifted a little bit and we have extra revenue, we should be able to then look second at that. And then lastly, really it's about responsible stewardship. So not every unanticipated revenue stream needs to be immediately allocated. As you know, throughout the year, we're sometimes met with uncertainty and unexpected expenses that need to be met in a short period of time. So we should sometimes dictate that some of those funds really do go into fund balance and sit there to wait to help bolster us when we need to be bolstered. So really, I guess, looking ahead as departments, presented their new funding requests in the future with unanticipated revenue, this three-pronged approach should guide our decisions. And that pie chart up there is an example of how it would be guided. So if we had $2 million in unanticipated revenue, 20% should be directed towards fleet, 30% should be directed towards capital. Large capital should get 20%, board priorities 30%, those sorts of things. Not saying that this is the absolute golden ratio, but the board should discuss how unanticipated revenue should be allocated so that when the time comes, we have a template and a guide to operate on. That'll help really, to me, ensure that we grow smart and that we grow sustainably. And I will happily entertain any questions. We can back up the slides and or try to see if we can get you some information on the spot.
I just want to jump in real quick. You said one of our board priorities, and you referenced it a few times, was budget responsibility. On our first meeting that we had back in February with our retreat, budget was one of our priorities, but I think the goal of that budget was to keep it under $1 million of carryover, stop the hoarding of taxpayer dollars into funds. I don't necessarily mean that I don't think it was the intent. I was the one that actually suggested it. It certainly wasn't my intent to budget conservatively as a budget responsibility. It was to try to get our expenditures close to our real revenues. That was my intent on budget. But I mean, that was so that we're all well aware that was certainly not a reason for us to budget overly conservatively. We'll go into questions before I go piece by piece in this. Are there any commissioners? Commissioner Gissler.
Yes, it's a comment based on what you just said, Chair. I think by cutting the budget for salaries down to 80% of what we expect, that's a pretty big dent in being extra conservative and not being too willy-nilly. I hate to say we've been willy-nilly in the past by budgeting 100% of salaries. When you have 900 and some employees, you know that they're going to be openings and paychecks that won't get issued and that sort of thing. One question, and it seems minor at this point, I'm sure we're going to be leveled or be getting into more detail as we progress in the budget process. And because of the interest that is generated within the citizenry, I'd like to know, am I correct? I sent you a little note, Terrell, about the YWCA allocation. Is that somewhere in HCS? Because right now it doesn't show at all. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything that tangential to the real purpose of what we're doing to show up, but I know that's going to be an issue at some point, even if it's, not a big amount of money.
Yes, so to answer your question, Commissioner Gisler, that is not in the administrator's recommended budget. So I believe what the board should really concentrate on in the administrator's recommended budget would be the slide where we talk about the board priority for transformational or transformative community initiatives. That's something where, any commissioner could advocate in that category for that to go in, but no, it's not in the HCS budget at this time, unless the board directs us to place it in the budget. And we
Thank you.
haven't heard from any commissioner advocating for it. We've only heard from the community at this time.
Thank
And NYWCA.
Other questions from Commissioner Ray, Vice Chair Ray?
Thank you, Chair. On slide 18, under human resources, there's an amount budgeted for 2 full-time employees. You said that number should be 4. Is this the same cost or will the cost increase for that one?
I apologize. It is 2. That's why.
Okay.
Yep. Apologies.
Okay, and then I have another question, slide 20. Will the ARPA recommendations be funded with the 1.3 million that we have available to reallocate?
That would be correct, yes. So, again, in the ARPA initiatives, the board is more at your desire to move those around or eliminate or add to it.
Okay, so for slide 21, with our board priority transformative community initiatives, so we only have 396,000 to allocate in that bucket? Is that what you're recommending?
That's correct. Based on what I presented for the ARPA category, the board would then be left with 396,000 to reallocate from the 1.3 million. Unless the board decides to eliminate or reduce some of these allocations as presented.
Okay, just one last question. So for the recruitment and retention, so when you talked about it on slide 19 in HR's budget, you said that it was for things like the sheriff's department, the prosecutor's office, and then also under the ARPA is budgeted individually for those departments. So do we need them in both spaces, or can it just be okay to fund for the individual departments as opposed to an HR if they're doing the same thing essentially?
Oh, yes, Vice Chair, I will clarify. Are you referring to the Human Resources recruiting contract? Yes, so to clarify, so that's more for a contract, that's to contract with a recruiting firm to assist us with recruiting specialized positions such as assistant prosecuting attorneys, nurses, those positions that we're having extreme difficulty recruiting based on a myriad of factors, but we're hoping to engage a specialized recruiting firm to assist in recruiting those sorts of positions.
Commissioner Streps.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for lifting up that question, Vice Chair. Administrator, to clarify, the allocations that then occur in ARPA, those are actual payment incentives. So rather than the recruitment and retention efforts, those are actual like a $5,000 sign-on bonus is what those are allocated for. Is that correct?
That would be correct, Commissioner
What are you
Strepp. So
proposing?
currently, for example, the sheriff's office offers, per the ARPA program that was approved in our initial round of ARPA funding, they offer a $10,000 recruiting bonus. So $5,000 when they complete the academy. And I believe it's $5,000 after a year of service. So they don't get it all at once, but it helps a little bit in enticing qualified candidates to apply. And so that's what we are kind of looking at there for the prosecuting attorney. Really retaining talent is a big deal. You have senior prosecuting attorneys or even prosecuting attorneys, assistant prosecutors. So the APA 2 positions, they're more senior and have more experience. We're looking at establishing a pilot program to see if a retention incentive will entice them to stay longer instead of us losing them to private firms that pay more and that we just really won't be able to compete with. But hopefully that would help, and then to also entice someone to apply through a recruitment incentive similar to the sheriff's office too. Those programs haven't been drafted or in particular with the prosecuting attorney's office, but we would come up with the plan in amounts based on the amount funded through ARPA per this recommendation.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you. Just looking through all of the requests, and I appreciate the great presentation and that we're seeing here. Obviously, we're looking to fund departments that are obviously doing the job for our community. Those that aren't, I would question whether or not funding should be appropriated to them. And so I'm not picking on anybody individually, but I think that it needs to be mindful that we need to make sure that these tax-paying dollars are going to needed projects and needed concerns. And, I'm thinking that most of them appear to be in that direction, but I guess I just wanted to share that I'm not going to support something that's not working. I don't want to spend taxpayer dollars on projects or programs or people that aren't getting the job done. So, thank you.
Okay, I will go up. Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah, just a quick question because I'm certainly brand new at this. I'm just going to use an example of the prosecutor's office. You have funding for 3 new assistant prosecutors. Will we get to see what they actually requested? Is that going to come up in a future?
So yes, I should have reattached the new funding request, but we presented those back in July. I made the mistake of just assuming you all had them. I shouldn't have done that, but I can send those out again here in actually just a second, so you can see all the new funding requests. Yep, I can do that.
And just secondly, if I can, of course, I fully support the funding for the Veterans Fund because they desperately need it. Can you just tell me what the LATCF is? You have it listed separately instead of ARPA.
Yep, so it's similar to ARPA. It has the same reporting requirements as ARPA, except luckily you have to report on it once a year. I believe we still have to have it spent by 2026. It's really more wide open. It's called the Local Assistance Tribal Consistency and Local Assistance Consistency and Tribal. What did I say it was? It's something like that. I get it mixed up. Yeah. So what that fund is, it really, so, when we spoke to Guidehouse, which is our ARPA consultant, they're very familiar with this fund. It's to bolster community projects. Really, it's not, our hands aren't as tied with the LATCF funding as it is with ARPA. There's a lot of restrictions with ARPA. There's a lot of guidelines. LATCF is basically wide open. You can use it for any governmental purpose. So that's why we earmark those dollars towards that. But again, at the board's desire, can be utilized for something else.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. This is just an observation that I wasn't sure when you said in a previous communique that we would not be able to take a peek at what you were going to present until you presented it. I guess I'm just a creature of the past, and that was you get a 280-page volume that's got everything you ever thought about knowing. And I find this very much better to deal with than the 280-some page full budget that we are, at least that I was kind of looking for. And I salute you for taking the bull by the horns and saying, let's start getting a little sensible here. Now I see what we've done in the past is not so sensible. Just, I always felt buried.
I enjoy the 287-page book. But that's me.
Excuse me, Chair, you would.
I've got a couple of questions, as long as all commissioners are. Okay. Just going back to where we left off on the managing of the fund balance, the 39.5 million you have there as of 12/31/22, that's based on our audit.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that doesn't take into consideration any carryover that we would have this year, correct?
No, because they would be unaudited numbers. So we're
Gotcha.
gonna have to wait till
June.
June next year.
June.
Yeah.
Okay, and probably doesn't include budget stabilization either, I'm assuming.
That is correct. Yeah, because that fund has to be paid back. So if we ever utilize budget stabilization, you have to pay it back. Yeah, per policy. Yep.
Okay, next, the earmarked we have for expenditures. how much of that, I know that we made a recommendation on the 2024 for the CIP. And just before I get down the road on that, one of the things I think this might, is going to take a while for us to hammer out. We're going to want to take this to our community, get community input, community buy-in from the people that we serve. But one of the things that I think that we can do relatively soon is the CIP that was proposed by the CIP committee. That gives us, a lot of these costs are just going up and up and up and up each and every year. We've already allocated what we want to expend from it, and it's already coming, the recommendation is it comes from unallocated unfunded reserves. So I think that could be done as soon as possible. But then going back to what my original thought, the event center parking, a lot of these, wouldn't these be made out of CIP? And we have 33 million in CIP, correct?
Yes, but that is all earmarked. So a big portion of that, 22 million, I believe, is the Justice Center, and then others are.
Justice Center is a separate fund.
It is not. So a portion of it was paid. So the Justice Center were paid from bond proceeds and general fund restricted balance that was placed into the CIP. So I think it's 22 million of that is Justice Center.
I didn't see that in the audit. Was that
yeah.
in the audit that we have 22 million of that 33 million going to the
that's-
Justice Center?
It's earmarked, yes, in our financial system.
I'll go back through the audit and take a look at that. Wow, that changes a lot if we have 22 million out of the Justice facility. And when was that, those payments due?
So we get billed monthly from Jerry Vanderveen, CSM, and Tower Pinkster. So on a monthly basis, usually we pay them around the middle of the month. So you usually see them on your second claims list.
So that's not the enterprise fund, or is it both the enterprise fund and CIP?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by enterprise fund.
There was another fund that we had specifically designed for the Justice Center. Does anybody know that off the?
Yeah, maybe you're referring to the large building fund?
Yeah, large building fund. It was a separate fund from a
Okay.
regular CIP that we used for the Justice facility. And I thought all bond proceeds and everything we had previously earmarked were from that. And then I looked through the audit. I didn't see any attachments to any of our CIP encumbrances on it, but I'll check again.
Yeah, so Terrell actually drafted and completed basically a CIP exposure document. We shared that with you probably a month or two ago, but we
I
can
don't
send
think
that
I've ever
out.
seen that. Did you share it with me? Email it to me?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, but we can, we'll share that with the board, and it'll explain what, how that CIP fund is encumbered. It's totally encumbered. Yeah.
I was not aware. That was entirely 33 million was all encumbered. And then the 1.5 million from the KL landfill, are we earmarking that in anticipation that will be an expenditure?
Yes, and
Or is
that number is probably low based on the presentation that Attorney DeWitt.
Seems like it's either going to be 0 or 10 million.
No, we don't know. Yeah.
Okay, and then the employee benefits fund retirement system, the 750 increased contribution, is that because we expect our contribution rate to go back up to 120, 130? And so that won't be an ongoing operational cost?
So, that's something that we can't predict, right? Like we didn't predict this year that we'd have an unexpected expenditure in the employee benefits fund for the retirement system of 650,000. So that's just funding that we're earmarking in the event that something unexpected comes up. But at the desire of the board, we can adjust that number, but
it's just an earmark.
It's an earmark. So, yep.
Okay. And then the fund balance policy, I really think that we as a board need to get back into complying with it. We haven't complied with it in decades. We've been well over of 20 and 25% for quite some time now. Whether that money goes to CIP or whether that money goes to inspirational projects or whatever we want to do. But I really think we need to earmark over 25% of those dollars, whether it be CIP. And then the revenue, the schedule of revenues and taxes. And I agree that June, July, we as a liquidity of the county, we're low, but if I recall, I guess Thomas would be the person to ask, but don't we usually always have at least 30 to 50 million in our salary pool at any given time? But that's a question for him, I'll ask. And then not our salary pool, our pooled investments, I'm sorry. And then available one-use, one-time money, the 2.6 million in the surplus, that's and I'm not going to question your, where you think those positions should go, where those surplus. I think that's your call. But I do think what I'm going to do is try to push that number to be higher so you can add more positions. So whether it be the growth rate at 4% pushed to 4.5, whether it be an increase in investments that this board feels comfortable with. But I think this is a great baseline for what we can do. I think we can add on to that. I know that, the prosecutor's in the office right now, or in the audience right now. I know what, he's been putting up with in that facility for as long as he has. I mean, I think he needs more positions, as well as a lot of departments in our county need to be functioning. At least back to the level of service that's comparable with other counties. We've done a very, very good job of building beautiful buildings in Kalamazoo County without asking taxpayers for money. And I think now we're reaching a point where we can go into this. And I think this is a good start, Kevin. I really do. I think this is, I think you're 80%. I think that's, pretty, I like it. It's a great idea. I think it gets around a lot of that potential carryover that can do. There's a couple of things that, as far as the unanticipated revenue, the golden ratio, so to speak. I mean, I can see that is writing on the wall for our carryover from 2023. It's going to be $10 to $12 million, of which, you can do the math on it. But yeah, all those things we need. The large capital, I think I would increase board priorities and decrease large capital. That's just my 2 cents. But I mean, overall, I think this is a great point that we can start with, and we can add to this. The inspirational projects that we talked about, one of the ones that I talked to Commissioner Strebs about it. And I am in favor of the way that the money rolls and doubles with the state, and then doubles with the federal government, and then potentially philanthropic people as well. We have a real opportunity to eliminate one of the largest barriers for people that can get housing, and that's medical debt. If we can tie it up with Mary's operation and find these people that are having a hard time getting into housing, and we can settle medical debt on 10 cents on the dollar, I think that's a wise investment. And then the other one I'm going to push very strongly for is the TRICARE. I think it's a great incentive for us to offer employees, to recruit employees and retain employees if we're paying a portion of their childcare. I think that would go a long way in transformational, along with these positions that we can add. I'm going to call this the minimum, but I think that we have potential here to truly have a transformational budget in the county, and that's what I was looking forward to. So, Commissioner Strebs.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the administration and the team. I mean, this is the way the budget process should have been going. I really appreciate it. Got a couple of tiny detail questions. Corporation Counsel has an elevated position in the budget priority. Is that in addition to the position already posted and not yet filled?
That is correct. So it's in addition to, so it would add, there would be 3 FTEs total for that office.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is regarding the sheriff's allocation for inmate medical expenses at $50,000. I'm wondering if that is sufficient. And those are large expenditures that end up, we've had some significant budget adjustments in the past related to that, but there is also pending federal legislation, HR 2400 and Senate Bill 1165, to potentially re-expand Medicaid coverage to inmates, and thus then reducing the financial liability to those costs. So I'm wondering if we've weighed that out, or if we're, sort of watching the terrain on that, because it seems like the expenditure could either be a lot more or a lot less. That doesn't help much with budgeting, but if you could speak to that, Administrator.
Absolutely. So in the new funding requests, the sheriff's office actually did ask for $112,600 for medical. obviously we only had so much to work with. So that's why, I put in 50. We could adjust some of these numbers here down to increase that. The particulars of inmate medical, I would have to defer to the sheriff on that. If you like, is that,
No,
okay, yeah,
that-
so the sheriff is here and can address that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Strebs. I love your question. I'm glad that you brought it up the way you did. So we did ask for the $112,000 because we've seen things like dialysis really start to affect our budget, as well as HIV meds and psych meds. A lot of those things that normally used to be covered underneath Medicare, or excuse me, Medicaid, have gone away, and now they're going to be expenses of the sheriff's office. So we were trying to get a good number, but we also recognize that those legislative moves at the federal level are looking pretty good. And so we hope that after after this beginning of this next year, we'll hear more about that. It won't die by the end of the year, and that it will be continued or voted on early this year. But right now, the National Sheriff's Association and the Michigan Sheriff's Association are believing that this has a good path and that we're likely to get it. If that is the case, then that will, yeah, I'm crossing my fingers too, but I won't hold my breath. But that is a good sign that we will be able to not utilize the dollars that we're asking for.
Thank you. And, as Sheriff articulated about, there's statistics about 80% of incarcerated individuals suffer from mental health conditions. I mean, that's where people are kind of falling through cracks. Another couple on position issues. I know there has been some concern about the ability for the courts to address documentation of lien information, particularly regarding conditional release without a protected class attached to them. So this sort of data, when people are released on condition, it's vital for law enforcement to be able to interact safely with the community. And I know that there's some concern whether there's space to provision additional staff within the new Justice Center. We're allocating a number of additional staff that would be positioned there. Can we consider additional support to help the courts with lien?
So that's a great question, Commissioner Strebs. I believe that the new positions that are entertained by the circuit court are actually going to be likely stationed at the Gold Road Justice Complex, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to clarify with the court administrator on that, but I thought it was Gold Road. As far as the lien is concerned, there's still a there's still a debate on that, and I'm not actually on that specific committee. I sit on their finance committee for dispatch. What I do know, I know that Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler would have way more information than me, but there's basically and Commissioner DeLue, because they both go to those, but I would defer to them on sort of what their thoughts are on building more capacity in terms of personnel, and or if it's something that still just needs to be worked out with dispatch. If they need a new funding source for it, it could be a lot of things, but I'll defer to Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler or Commissioner DeLue for.
If I may.
Yes, please.
This is still an ongoing situation that's being discussed currently. In fact, I think there's a meeting tomorrow at Central Dispatch that we will be attending. I will be, hopefully, Mr. Duluth may attend, but anyway, the sheriff should be there. I know this is an ongoing issue. We're talking with the courts, trying to figure out the best path for providing the best safety for the citizens.
I had a quick question on corporation counsel. We're adding the FTE, the assistant corporation counsel. Is that in addition to the one that we've already done? So there'd be 3 total?
Yeah, there would be 3 then. So it'd be corporation counsel and 2 assistants, correct? Yeah.
Okay. And they couldn't some of that be paid for through the reduction in our legal accounts?
So possibly, but with all of the, the county, yeah, with litigation, we just don't know. It's a fluctuating number. So we didn't want to do that just yet. It's possibly something that we could entertain for the 25 budget based on activity, but that activity litigation just fluctuates so heavily. So we didn't want to touch it further. The FTE that's planned for this year is coming. We've earmarked those dollars from that legal services fund to corporation counsel. So that's already been taken away from legal services, but the additional FTE for the 2024 budget is general fund.
You haven't hired any, we haven't gotten lucky to get anybody yet for that, right? I know Angelina desperately needs some help.
Yeah, so we're working on it. We have a candidate and we're working on it. So
Gissler, that's your 7 months of salary pool that goes unfilled. So. Mr. Stubbs.
Thank you so much. Additionally, on the positions having difficulty filling, I want to lift up again the juvenile home. We had, I don't know if all of the board has heard this articulated, but we had 2 young people in this community die from gun violence. They had been brought to the juvenile home prior to being killed out on the streets. They should have been incarcerated. There was not sufficient staff to accommodate them in the juvenile home. And then they ended up back in the community and then losing their lives. And so we've got retention and recruitment focused on these sort of skilled positions, APAs or nurses. What are we going to do about entry-level positions and to support the juvenile home?
yes, Commissioner Streb. So I guess to clarify, so I was just using those as the skill positions as an example. We would have targeted recruitments for, it would be countywide for positions that are just difficult to fill regardless if they're skilled or I mean, I think everyone's skilled, but I know, yeah, anyway,
Okay.
yeah.
And then the last thing that I wanted to lift up now, excited to have more probably future discussion around state medical bill relief that I think can be very transformational for the community. But to the golden ratio discussion, I think we have room to make some adjustments to that. What's the timeline that you would see then? So we realize potentially 2 million additional resources that we maybe have some flexibility with. What would the time frame look like when we would have discussions related to those ongoing unexpected revenues?
Yes, Commissioner Strebs, I would envision, so this would be, really implemented in the form of a budget policy. And because it would affect the 2024 budget, this is something that we could really, I'd say, work on throughout the remainder of this year to have really effective January 1st, 2024. So we have time to do that. It doesn't have to go into the budget, but I mean, the board can pass a budget policy whenever they desire to. So we can work on something, come up with that golden ratio, and then place it in the budget book even after it's passed or adopted.
You didn't, go ahead, Commissioner, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Stubbs' point of the juveniles that have been released into our community that were unfortunately lost their lives, and the other ones that are out there currently. There's more than just the juveniles. We are releasing many people into the community that are a danger to our community, and we're not somehow able to deal with it. And this gives me great concern. I'm hoping that somehow we can find some resources so that those folks that shouldn't be out there and endangering our society and our communities that are creating crime and havoc in our citizens, that we can find a way to fix that. So I appreciate her bringing up the juveniles. I want to bring up the adults that are out there that we've put back out on the streets that are a danger to our community, and we need to find a way to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. When do you think, as far as timeline, as far as when we'll get like central service recovery costs, departmental revenues, those sorts of those budget numbers?
So we should have that to you in the next 2 weeks, right before the budget meeting. Yeah. So the finance department, they've been working on putting all the information into the new budget software. So it's nearly complete. So we should have it soon, I would say within the next week and a half.
So the next question is for commissioners. What is your purview? How would you like to see? I mean, this is a
it's a good start of the basis, meat and potatoes of it. How do you commissioners, do you want to take it revenue first and then the expenditure side? What do you guys anticipate, next meetings? Maybe we just schedule 20, 30 minutes at our next committee of the whole for this discussion. What's your thoughts? Looks like we're going to schedule in 20, 30 minutes of the next committee of the whole. See, I saw Abby at least nod her head, so that was some affirmation. Yeah, so we'll go through at the next committee of the whole, we'll talk revenue side, and then at the following one, we'll talk about the expenditure and the aspirational stuff. Does that sound good to everybody? Okay, cool. Moving on. Thank you, Kevin and staff. Okay, we have any other items? Discussion of Planning Commission request for dissolution. I'll let you take this one.
I will let
Corporate counsel take this one.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a letter of request and recommendation for the dissolution of the Kalamazoo Metropolitan County Planning Commission. And that letter came to us on May 12th. It talks about how all 24 of the municipalities have adopted independent zoning ordinances and the various creation of our county planning commission, as well as kind of its responsibilities and recommendations on dissolution. In general, the planning commission is created by ordinance. So that's just a point I want to make, is that if the board were to dissolve the planning commission, it would need to adopt an ordinance to rescind the 1960 ordinance that originally established that county planning commission. And then there's also some key functions that I just want to keep in mind that we get covered if the board were to dissolve the planning commission. Specifically, there is an appointment that if the county doesn't have a county planning commission, then typically under statute here, the chairperson of the regional planning commission serves on the county parks and recreation commission. So we'd have to check on that and just make sure we get a proper appointment made there, as well as some of the responsibilities that occur, such as master plan review. That's something that the planning commission does. That would be something we want to look at and make sure there's adequate department staff to perform that review. PA 116 application reviews, as well as the review of county purchases and improvements. So I kind of have a little checklist of certain things that if the board is interested in dissolving that commission, that we could walk through. And I'm recommending that there be a proposal to dissolve that addresses how these things will be taken care of, that would come back to the board. And then we can look at drafting that language of the ordinance to repeal the other ordinance, if that's of interest to the board.
I can say with utmost assurity that nobody on this board has lost any sleep over the planning commission's dissolution. They're pretty much all planning and zoning gets done by the townships and local cities anyway. We just, it's perfunctory, I guess. I shouldn't use that word. I'm going to get yelled at by some county planning commissioner, but there's not a lot of power there. And I think they are the ones requesting for dissolution. So. Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know that that group was put together in 1960, but as I recall, we didn't exist in 1960. It was the Board of Supervisors, which
correct.
were all township supervisors that did what
And mayors.
we do now. And I can see why they might say, we need a planning function to kind of give us some guidance. And I sat in on many of those meetings, and Lodi Yarnefelt was the director for quite a while, and now Rachel has taken over. And I don't know if I was in the meeting. I think I was. Jen, maybe you were there too, when they said, let's throw in the towel here and bail. And I made a note of that. And I said, when does a government group ever try to discontinue itself? That's a red letter day. Thank you.
Every social service. Any other comments on this topic? I think we've got board approval to go ahead with the dissolution.
Discussion of aeronautics board applicants. Kevin, do you want to do this? Like there was Gil was the one guy that can't do it until, when is it? October?
Yes, I believe it was early October. And so, in speaking with board leadership, we wanted to, board leadership wanted to have this discussion regarding the candidates because we have 3 candidates for now, 1 position. One is an incumbent and then the other 2 are new applicants. And so the incumbent, Gil, is not able to interview for a period of time, which would be early next month. And I think that's just kind of where it stands. So we wanted to have this discussion so that the board could decide how they desire to move forward. If they want to wait until October to interview Gil, or if they just want to move forward with one of the other 2 applicants.
And there was discussion that this should be a full board, process. Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Are you sure? I thought we already appointed 1 incumbent and there were 3 openings. So now there's still 2 openings remaining, right?
Apologies. Yes, 2 openings.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Strebs.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I appreciate the service of our incumbent. It's an extensive delay until we can finalize the process. We had 2 additional candidates that came forward. They were excellent. I think that the board should consider moving them forward for appointment to the Aeronautics Board.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. I have over the years, I don't know how many Aeronautics Board meetings I sat in on, but I am a big fan of Gil Culver. And I would hate to see him not get a chance to present his experience because it's substantial. And I agree with Jen that there were 2 good candidates still left, but I would much rather have us get a chance to maybe, I don't know if the full board, because it is an authority, would be appropriate to, when Gil's available, interview him along with the other 2, probably again, because we only talked to him at the appointments committee, did we not?
No, we didn't.
Oh, did we? Okay. See, I sit in too many meetings. But I would, I feel Gil not only is very solid as the chair, doesn't have to be the chair, but he got us through a big potential disaster when Reed, our previous director, didn't leave under duress or anything, but he got I think he's out in Kansas City now. And for a young fellow with a big career ahead of him, that was a major move. And that left Kalamazoo, as we're getting ready to extend the runway and we're getting ready to build the new building and do the things that are now only partially done. Gil was responsible in at least being a part of the process, leading the team that came up with Craig Williams, who is absolutely dynamite. I don't know how we deserve to have him heading up the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport. That makes his business card about this long.
I forgot about the previous directors. Commissioner DeLuth and Commissioner Morales.
Yeah, I sit on the board appointment committee, and when we discussed these individuals before, I was all in favor of reappointing the 2 incumbents. A lot of the input I received from Commissioner Gissler. He's the chair of the board. I think the airport director requested he remain on the board. I don't know if he didn't interview because I think at first he may have felt a little slighted. And it was my opinion, it's like giving somebody a job and you're doing a good job, but now you need to reapply for it. And, I can see how citizens will be put off by that. So I fully support Gil's remaining on the board as well.
In defense of Gil, I think it was because he was told on Thursday night, you've got to interview on Tuesday, and he had a vacation. But that was the reason why. But Commissioner Morales.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why didn't he show up? I do remember that. And then didn't they give a date for their first meeting when we interview him conflict with the start of when they restart their meetings for this fiscal year? That was in the last meeting. He came, I can't remember his timeline, but he said we should have time, but I thought that was for the month of September. And if we go into October, will their meetings have started already?
That's a good question. If we don't appoint, is that going to affect quorum?
Yes, so it will not, because until their, until their, I don't want to say fate is decided, but until they're either reappointed or not reappointed, they still remain members of the Aeronautics Board. So until the board makes a decision on that process, he is still a member. Yep.
Chair Ray.
Thank you,
Just hit
Chair.
me.
Oh, it's okay. I just want to say that I agree with the comments of Commissioner Strebs. I believe the option of Zoom has been offered and he doesn't have time the next month to even jump on a Zoom call to do the interview with the shortened questions because he is an incumbent. So I think we should probably just move forward. It is unfortunate, but we were also reached out to from the director maybe a month ago, which is why this was on our agenda, because they felt like we needed to move forward with reappointment expeditiously. So I don't know why we would continue to prolong it if it was important to them. So.
Commissioner Morales.
And Chair, I forgot to say that I do agree with Commissioner Strebs that we should move forward. Waiting a month, I haven't applied for any job that's going to wait for me for a month to interview. Although I value all of his commitment to his service over the years, waiting another month. And do we have a date for October? We don't even have a date.
I believe it was the first week of October, so the week of the 2nd.
Yeah, I still would support Commissioner Strebs.
I'm kind of very slightly, I mean, I hear what you're saying. If it was anybody else that wasn't there since the founding of the airport authority, I would probably be with you. But I don't know, let's have a vote on this because I don't think anybody's gonna have some super strong feelings one way or the other, but yeah. Yeah. Well, I can do a show of hands to build consensus. Can I do a show of hands, corporate counsel, to consensus or? Okay. Okay. You go ahead, make the motion and then we can vote on that.
Well, I just want to add just an additional comment. The Board Appointments Committee, we've talked through how to address, re-interview as incumbents, because we have a commitment as a board to DE&I as a focus. And that means allowing the opportunity for other voices and other perspectives at the table where they haven't been before. And, there's a lot of value in institutional knowledge. We have reappointed another very strong incumbent to the board. And if there was any doubt on the two candidates that we had in front of us, then I would have more pause, but sometimes fresh perspectives are also of real value to an organization, especially in changing times. So just with that, do you want a motion entered?
Yeah, I just probably do a motion to, if you wanted to make the motion, you motion to reappoint, and then a no vote would be waiting a month and a yes vote would be appointing.
So I'll make a motion to appoint both Keith Harrod and Rodney Holcomb to the Aeronautics Board.
All right, there's a motion and support. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
No.
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
No.
Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Wheeler.
No.
So 6 no and 3 yes.
So we'll wait and then we'll just interview him at the other meeting. Now, this isn't something I felt very strongly on one way or the other, but Commissioner Morales.
Me either, but in the future, I want the same equitable practice when we talk about appointments and people who can't make stuff and not based on who we know. And I'm not saying it's favoritism, because if it was my homegirl or homeboy, I'd probably be rooting for them as well. But I want to see this across the board and not just for this one instance. Thank you.
Duly noted. I think valid as well. Okay, I think we are done, unless you guys want to talk about the courthouse. No? Okay. We are adjourned. All right, I'm going to call to order the Kalamazoo County Board of Regular Board Meeting, September 5th, 2023 to order. Giving the invocation reflection tonight, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. In the spirit of inclusion tonight, I would like to take a moment of silence so that folks can either say a prayer to whichever higher power that they believe in and put their faith in, or so that folks can have a moment of reflection, however that looks for each individual. So with that, let's take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLuca,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer. Here. Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
9 present.
Takes us into proclamations. Does anybody have those ready to go? Anybody want to read the proclamations? Commissioner Gisler, you look ready to go. I believe, is Kathy here? Victor? No, I think just the intro is enough. There's a motion and support. Clerk, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, yeah, Commissioner Strux.
Sorry, maybe I should have before we voted, but I just want to acknowledge that Kathy Richards served as an accountant in the finance department. That's what she's been doing for the county for the last 25 years, just to lift that up.
Thank you. Do you want to read the next proclamation recognizing National Hispanic Heritage Month? Commissioner Strauss?
Read it already.
Yeah, you can just do, we've read the full proclamation. You just have to read the title, I think.
Sure, certainly, Chair. So I will move approval of proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month.
There is a motion and supported by Commissioner Morales. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
9 yes.
Communications, I can just read these, I'm assuming. We have a Charlevoix County resolution opposing Michigan legislature bills, Senate Bill 299, Senate Bill 300, House Bill 4479, and House Bill 4480. And Chair knows of no other communications. Commissioner Krebs.
I received feedback from a constituent with concerns about the road commission and issues with their driveway. I also received some questions from a constituent regarding security contract services in the county as well. Thank you.
And I also received communication I'll forward to administration regarding opioid settlement dollars. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the August 15th, 2023 draft minutes and the whole and the regular meeting minutes.
It's been moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion passes. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I make that motion.
Motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion passes. We are now in public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name, address, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Beth Sarhat. I live at 318 Cherry Hill Street, Kalamazoo, 49006. I'm the Executive Director of the Shepherd Center of Greater Kalamazoo and wanted to come to say a hopeful thank you as you vote on the millage, our millage contract a bit later tonight. Want to let you know that the money that we will be receiving from the county through the millage is going to help us as we grow, as we serve more and more people. There's a lot of potential for us to do service in our community, and we needed some help to start that a little bit. So we appreciate the county being willing to partner with us on that. And I especially want to say thank you to Jen Stubbs. She is my county commissioner. I have all kinds of names in my head. And when I was confused about how the millage process worked, I reached out to her. This is the first time I've done this for a millage, and she was very, very helpful in kind of telling me what was going on, how it was going to unfold, and then how it would go through the process, including tonight. So thank you, Jen, for your quick response and for helping me with that. And again, I just want to say thank you to all of you for what you do for our community. And thank you for allowing the Shepherd Center to continue to serve.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? Sheriff Fuller.
Hi, Sheriff Fuller, Kalamazoo County. So a couple things. I wanted to point out that we had a very successful Ryan J. Proxmire Memorial Golf Outing. It's the second annual. That was held last month. $23,000 were raised through the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police, by putting this on. Those are dollars that will go towards helping with school costs related to people going through the police academies. So it was a good program, a wonderful day, and a lot of success. The other thing I want to point out is, and doesn't always happen when we talk about other police agencies, but I want to talk about the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety and the great work they did this last weekend. It was in today's newspaper, and I hope everyone read it. But the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety put out a news release today advising that they had taken 15 illegal firearms off the streets of Kalamazoo this last week. So this weekend they were very busy. It's striking to see that the ages of the persons involved in this range from 18 to 39, with most of them under 20. And again, illegal firearms on people or being used against people is what they took off, 15, and that's a huge accomplishment. So I want to say thank you to the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety for helping everybody in this way.
Thank you. Any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Good evening. My name is Scott Marco. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo County, live in Galesburg. And I wanted to address a potential item for the budget. For my understanding, and please, limited knowledge of it in terms of process, but in terms of content, it's a budget item for $100,000 for YWCA. It's for their health fund. And my understanding is, again, limited as it is, but my understanding is that this $100,000 rider or line item would be funding the reproductive health fund to make gender affirming care, abortion, artificial contraception part of the Kalamazoo County budget. And I just wanted to stress my opposition to this I don't think we should be in the business of funding these types of items for, it's just not appropriate for Kalamazoo County tax dollars to be paying for this. That's not to say these things aren't good in their own respect for people to do on their own. I just don't believe it is a government function to pay for it. Again, people have their freedoms and can do what they want. I just, myself and those I represent don't want to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens wishing to address the board? All right, Kevin, you want to take us through, or Dina, you want to take us through the calls?
My name is Michael McIlvain, and I am a homeowner and resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I'd like my message to be played at the 4 p.m. meeting and the 7 p.m. meeting on September 5. It has come to my attention that the YWCA has requested $100,000 for their reproductive health fund from the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners. I'm opposed to this money being granted and desire the county board to deny the YWCA's request. Individuals and businesses have every right to donate money to any organization they wish. I'm thankful for that freedom and autonomy in our country. The way government officials use or allocate their constituents' tax money is a completely different matter. I am absolutely opposed to tax money being handed over to fund practices and procedures that are immoral and destructive to human beings. No tax money for abortions or gender transitioning. Please do not widen your reach. Stay in the lanes appropriate to county government and work to maintain the basics with excellence, the roads and parks and water quality. Thank you for your time and service to those ends.
Hi, my name is Dr. James W. Meliwish. I've lived in the city for 54 years and practiced medicine here for 35 years. And I'm asking to submit a public comment to the county commissioners for their 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings on September 5th, 2023, regarding the proposal before the commission to appropriate tax dollars to the YWCA for so-called women's reproductive health services and or so-called gender affirming services. The majority of citizens, taxpayers in Kalamazoo County consider abortion the murder of a preborn child. Most physicians in the county consider gender-changing medical surgical treatments not helpful, but causing a long time, lifetime harm and problems for these patients who are really suffering from psychological problems and need psychiatric care, not sex change treatments. The role of county government, the roles of county government are law enforcement, maintenance of transportation infrastructure, control of water and other natural resources, coordination of governing bodies within the county, public health services, such as disease screenings, vaccinations, communicable disease control, general health hazard warnings, among many other things. These are all important functions, but not abortion and so-called sex transition services. There are plenty of private donors who can contribute money to the YWCA if they want to support these services. The county should take care of its obligations first and only. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Joyce Beatty. My husband and I live in the city of Kalamazoo. We pay taxes in Kalamazoo County. We do not want our money going toward the killing of human beings, born or unborn. We ask you to decline that request from YWCA for a $100,000 grant for the killing of the unborn human beings who deserve dignity like all of us. We request that our message be played at the 4 o'clock meeting as well as the 7 p.m. meeting. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Cooper, and I live in Portage, Michigan. Please play my comments at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners meetings on September 5th, 2023. I am calling to again share with you my very strong opposition to funding the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request under consideration for the 2024 budget. If funded, this program will spend $100,000 of our taxpayer dollars to pay for abortions and gender-affirming care. Today, we USA citizens celebrate a national holiday, Labor Day, and we pause to remember the foundations of our great nation. Our Declaration of Independence, signed in 1776, and still so very true and dear to all USA citizens, states that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men, that is, all people of any age, are created equal, and that they are all endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The YWCA Reproductive Health Grant opposes our Declaration of Independence as it does not support life and will utilize our dollars to pay for the killing of preborn children through abortion. As a patriotic citizen of this nation, I will never agree to using my taxpayer dollars to kill preborn children. The push and support for transgenderism and gender-affirming care is another element of the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant that opposes our Declaration of Independence, as it leads to increased loss of life and to loss of the opportunity to pursue happiness for young people. We know that through compassionate mental health treatment rather than mutilating surgery and cross-sex hormones, young people with gender dysphoria can be helped. Please remember that the Surgeon General of the state of Florida, a Harvard MD PhD, has reviewed the transgender surgery hormone treatment outcome data and has concluded that these pediatric transgender surgeries and drug treatments should not be allowed. Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners, please do concentrate on your legitimate responsibilities in serving our county and stay true to our Declaration of Independence and Constitution and our country's Judeo-Christian morality, which supports and defends life. Do not fund the YWCA Reproductive Health Grant request. Thank you. I pray that you will carry out your responsibilities righteously for our county. Bye-bye.
Okay, I believe that's it.
Hello, my name is Seth Vershoof. I am in Kalamazoo County, and I wanted my opinion to be heard at the meeting that the Kalamazoo County Commissioners will be holding. If it can be played at the 7 p.m. meeting so that all the commissioners can hear it, that would be good. I want to encourage all the commissioners to vote no on giving the YWCA taxpayer money from the county to fund their reproductive health fund. I think that has things in it that are bad for our society as a whole, our community. So I would urge you all to vote no on giving them $100,000 for gender-affirming care and abortion access and artificial contraception. These things are all not good for our community. And instead, I would tell you to let them know that if they want to give their members access to other agencies, there are those agencies out there, such as Alternatives Pregnancy Care Center in Kalamazoo. And I appreciate your time. Thank you. Bye.
I'm Jeanette Rubinski calling from Kalamazoo County. Please play this message at the 7 p.m. meeting of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, September 5. I would like to respond to some of the comments made at the end of the 7 p.m. meeting of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on August 15 during members' time. One of the commissioners said that the transgendered members of our community are valued members and need love, acceptance, and tolerance. I totally agree with that part. However, that's not the issue. The issue is whether or not to spend taxpayer money to pay for their lifelong cross-sex hormone treatments in order to change what God has created. That's not an appropriate use of taxpayer money. The path that each person chooses in life is his, her, or their own decision, but they should not ask somebody else to foot the bill. Furthermore, unborn children are also valued members of our community. They too need love, acceptance, and tolerance. They don't deserve to be aborted and discarded as medical waste. The YWCA is asking the county to allocate $100,000 of taxpayer dollars to their reproductive health fund in the 2024 budget so that they can increase access to abortion, artificial contraception, gender-affirming care, and doula care. Please don't give it to them. Lastly, in the interest of transparency, I'd like to request that you post the preliminary 2024 budget online so that the public can review individual line items and provide input prior to its finalization. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, my
Commissioner
name's
Wheeler,
John
do you want to take us
Rutkowski,
through the consent agenda?
9537 Woodlawn Drive. I'm opposed to the spending of taxpayers' money, $100,000 for abortion and gender
Yeah, we did that one.
affirming care, a voluntary procedure.
Oh. Now, Commissioner Wheeler, you can read your consent agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Under Board of Commissioners, 2023-6423, request for approval of one, grant acceptance and agreement between the County of Kalamazoo and the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, and two, authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement in egrams. 2023-6424, request for approval of one, year 6 funding addendum to the services agreement with Kalamazoo County Defender, Inc. for the Kalamazoo County Indigent Defense Program, and two, authorize the board chair to sign the agreement in a form to be approved by the Corporation Council. 2023-6619, request for review and approval of the M-STARS funding for apprenticeship success coordinators. 2023-6620, request for review and approval of MWA apprenticeship success coordinators and MWA registered apprenticeship program intermediary functions. 2023-6695, request for approval to appoint Eli Fessler to the Construction Project Advisory Committee. 2023-6696, request for approval to appoint Melody Woods to the Larry Provancher County ID Advisory Board. 2023-6704, request for approval to a professional services design proposal for an additional courtroom in the Gull Road Justice Center complex, and two, to authorize the county administrator to sign the proposal on behalf of the county. 2023-6754, request for approval of an ARPA advanced payment request from J&J Property Investing, DBA, Urban Exposure Initiative in the amount of $50,000. 2023-6758, request for approval of an ARPA advanced payment request from Playground L3C in the amount of $17,661 for payroll expenses. Under the clerk, 2023-6776, request for approval to apply for a grant with the state of Michigan, Michigan Bureau of Elections, and for the clerk and register of deeds to sign the grant application on the county's behalf. Under District Court, 2023-6703, request for approval of the appointment of a district court magistrate. Under Finance, 2023-6702, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. 2023-6613, request for approval and signature by the board chair of a professional service agreement with Maynard PC for financial services, subject to final approval by Corporation Council. 2023-6689, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers. 2023-6762, request for approval and addendum to a standard form of agreement between owner and vendor for furniture, furnishings, and equipment with the Casper Corporation. Under Health and Community Services, 2023-6572, request for approval of position eliminations and creations. 2023-6575, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Community Action of South Central Michigan from the senior millage year 4 budget, and approval of Community Action of South Central Michigan to utilize subcontractors. 2023-6576, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Community Homeworks from the senior millage year 4 budget, and approval of Community Homeworks to utilize subcontractors. 2023-6577, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Ecumensal. Thank you. That Senior Center from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6578, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with the same senior center from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6579, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Guardian Finance and Advocacy Services from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6580, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Heritage Community of Kalamazoo Foundation from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6581, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with KNHS Home Ownership Services from the senior millage year 4 budget, and approval of KNHS Home Ownership Services to utilize subcontractors. 2023-6582, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Legal Aid of Western Michigan from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6583, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Milestone Senior Services for the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6584, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Milestone Senior Services from the senior millage year 4 budget. The first contract ended in 11, the second one ended in 13. 12. 2023-6585, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Milestone Senior Services from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6586, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Milestone Senior Services from the senior millage year 4 budget, and to approval of the Milestone Senior Services to utilize subcontractors. 2023-6587, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Shepherd Center of Greater Kalamazoo from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6588, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with South County Community Services from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6589, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with South County Community Services from the senior millage year 4 budget. 2023-6590, request for approval and signature of an awarded contract with Tandon's Advanced Pharmacy, Inc. from the senior millage year 4 budget. Under Housing, 2023-6571, request for approval and signature of a grant agreement with Community Action Agency of South Central Michigan from the Housing Millage Supportive Services category for $75,000, subject to final approval as by Corporation Council. 2023-6598, request for approval and signature of a grant extension with Kalamazoo Neighborhood Housing Services. Under Information Technology, 2023-6570, request for approval and signature of the Cisco DNA Enterprise Agreement with Cisco as approved by Corporation Council. 2023-6631, request for approval and signature of Technology Professional Services / Support T&M Agreement with People Driven Technology. 2023-6642, request for approval and signature of Technology Professional Services / Support T&M Agreement with Severance Electric. 2023-6643, request for approval and signature of Technology Services / Support T&M Agreement with Global Solutions Group. And lastly, under the prosecuting attorney, we didn't amend the agenda.
I talked to the prosecutor and he said, just give me the egrams. I already have an egrams account. By us passing this, we talked about this at the leadership meeting, a QQ. If I already have an egrams account, by us creating or allowing him to create one isn't going to do any good because I already have one.
Agreed. My recommendation would be to just skip reading that item on the consent agenda at this time, and then we can deal with it under there and amend it, and I can write a quick amended motion if that works.
Okay. And I'm happy to give the prosecutor my sign in.
With that being said, I make a motion to move all of these as one motion.
There is a motion and support. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales. Yes. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, now we are unfinished business in general orders. The chair knows of no unfinished business. New business. Commissioner Morales, do you want to read RR?
Thank you, Chair. Item number 2023-6626, request for approval and signature of school resource deputy agreement between Comstock Community Schools and County of Kalamazoo. Under the Sheriff's Office, item number 2023.
No, I think it's one at a time, right? Corporate?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Is there support for that motion? Okay, there is a motion and support. We are under discussion. Commissioner Strebs and Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we are, well, one, I want to clarify, is this a new agreement for armed law enforcement personnel within Comstock Community Schools? And has such personnel existed there before? And then also, I don't know if the sheriff is still with us. I think so. But we've been critically short of staff in the sheriff's office. How will they accomplish policing the school in light of that?
If the sheriff is willing to answer the questions, I will certainly allow him to. If you want to, if you don't, you don't.
No, I'm willing and able, so thank you. So the question about being able to supply the services, yes, we have the personnel that we can dedicate to this. We also have other things in place that you probably haven't seen yet in front of you guys, but we have mechanisms that we're utilizing on-call personnel for call-in services that do not require a deputy to respond. So that's one place that we're able to revitalize some of our staffing. So that's a thing in the future that we're working on that should be done here fairly soon. And again, that won't replace a deputy responding to a call. It just puts it in an order where the person will get a phone call, they'll talk to a deputy, they'll discuss the possibilities. It'd be cases like somebody hit my mailbox. I have no idea who did it or what time it happened. And that's the kind of call that's handled there. But currently we'll take that call and go out to that residence where there's no evidence. So that's just one item that's part of this. On top of that, we have gone through this last year, and as you've seen, we are working to replenish the openings that we have at the sheriff's office. We have a good plan in place, and it felt like the right time to partner with these schools at their request. The federal government did give money this last year, through the state, to help schools identify that they had a need for law enforcement in their buildings, and a requirement that some schools are putting upon themselves. And so they reached out to the sheriff's office. There are 3 schools that this year reached out. We've been doing it for 7 years at the Gull Lake School. And these 3 new schools are Galesburg Augusta School District, Climax School Districts, it's Climax Scotts School Districts, as well as the Comstock School Districts. They've all expressed an interest and need. And so we have made sure that our alignment of our schedules fits perfectly with that.
Doing this for 7 years at Gull Lake Community Schools, have you arrested any students in the school?
So Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you if we've arrested any students. That is not the goal to, make students the targets or to feel like they're in an encampment. That's one of the things that I have expressed to all the different schools, as well as any deputy who may or may not be assigned to these programs. It could be a deputy responding to a call. We also made it very clear in these contracts that we are not the disciplinarians. We are not to be utilized in that way. And mostly ours is of an educational purpose as well as a security purpose.
Mr. Morale.
So if it's not disciplinary and it's educational, I know like for some school districts, when fights break out. So my question was going to be, is there an uptick in violence, or is this just because of, mass shootings that are going on, that this is at the request? I know that KPS has had law personnel, in their buildings, and disciplinary action does happen when fights or different things take place. So I guess I would like you to just speak a little bit on what the purpose would be if those schools are not threatened with that type of violence.
Well, to speak to what the schools feel they're threatened by would be out of place for me to do tonight, because that's not something that we've actually laid out exactly what they're worried about. But I can tell you that all of the school districts that are in the outlying areas of Kalamazoo County have expressed an interest over the last several years of having somebody in their school system to work with the students, to be a good image of law enforcement for the students, and to help along the education process. And that's what we've been able to do up to Gull Lake. We've been able to take the training that needs to be happening for those deputies that are assigned to this. The schools were a participant in the choosing of the deputies because of the skills that they presented. We have the deputies make sure they can show that they can present something to a class if need be, which in Gull Lake, we've been doing for 7 years. That deputy comes into just about every single class at some point throughout the year and has conversations with students about good interactions with law enforcement and what they could expect from law enforcement, or possibly a career in the future, but it's not a recruiting tool.
Any other commissioner? Commissioner Hepburn? Commissioner Gissler?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions that came up as you were talking, Rick. One is this an appropriate assignment maybe for some of your auxiliary rather than full-blown deputies? I guess I'm concerned that you're still not up to full staff. And here we are putting some of your people not exactly where I would consider fighting crime is high on the order.
Yeah, so good question. The auxiliary or reserve division that we have by law is not allowed to take these positions. They can't take any position that would be a normal police function. Remember, they are trained fairly well, especially at the sheriff's office, because we have a 16-week training program that is 16 days actually over that 16 weeks to train our reserve deputies or our mounted division deputies. So we know what skill level they've got there. But at no point are they replacing anybody that's related to a collective bargaining agreement, because one, we can't do that. And two, the law doesn't allow them to be in place of a licensed police officer in those schools. To the fact that we are still low on our staffing, we totally agree with that. We are working hard to make sure that that problem is solved. But again, we're facing the same problems every sheriff in the state of Michigan, definitely, and across this nation is faced with, along with police agencies. So that work continues. I'm real pleased to hear that there's a possible recruiter coming in the future. That'll help. But on top of that, we have a plan in place to, again, address the numbers of calls that we do take every day and making sure that they're the more high priority ones. And at no point would this program impede on our officers being able to respond to the public on a Monday through Sunday type call situation.
Has there been any, consideration given to using you and your training staff to consider training school staff to carry guns?
No, there's been no consideration for the sheriff's office team to train school staff on carrying firearms. We have found several cases where, law enforcement being involved with schools doesn't always work out the way people think it does. That's not our place unless the school systems had a change in the state of Michigan as a request of a licensed police agency.
Thank you.
I just know if any of you knew me when I was 17, I think the teachers might have used one on me, but sorry about that. But no, on this one, I think I would hate to be the guy that would vote no on this if there is a school shooting. I mean, I'm assuming that's why they're doing this, is to stop school shootings, but
It is
I'm
part
sorry,
of the
Mr.
deterrent.
Hepler.
I'm sorry. I thought you were, okay.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to respond to what you just said. It is part of the deterrent, of course, that many schools would recognize as a possible need in their systems. But I want to point out that this doesn't mean any one school system is in more danger than another school system when it comes to them trying to address the safety of their students.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sheriff, for sharing that. You failed to mention, though, that these, officers that are going to these schools have to spend some time getting trained to be in these schools. And I think it's important to understand that I don't think anybody here doesn't think that we should be putting officers in schools. I think we all, my department spends a great deal of time at our schools that we have. And now we have your resource officer that'll be a part of that. The fact that he's going to be now divided between two school districts is a little bit of a concern, because that's about a 30-mile square area that he's going to be running back and forth between, Galesburg, Augusta, and Climax Scotts. The safety of the students and the safety of the staff. I think the big issue is the amount of staffing that you're already short, and having two more officers now that are not going to be on the road, they're going to be assigned to a school building, is a concern. I think that's kind of the area that is of concern to all of us. The funding that's been provided to you and your organization to boost up your personnel, which is going to take time. I'm short-staffed, you're short-staffed. I think there isn't a police department in this county or in this state that's sitting fat and happy with all the people they need. But I think that's the biggest concern. And I mean, I support school resource officers. I used to be one back before it was ever even a word. So, you're not going to make any old guy jokes tonight? Okay, thank you.
I'd like to address, I would, go ahead. I wanted to address what he just said. So
Go.
if you
Go ahead,
wanna
Sheriff, and then Commissioner Gibson. Sheriff.
Sorry, you have the floor. Okay. Well, so to be clear, I didn't remember being asked about the training related to this, but I'll tell you, it does take about $5,000 a year per officer to train them. It is a specialized school that they have to be trained in and be certified in. And so that school is something that the sheriff's office is paying out of our training budget. On top of that, those schools are generally during times when schools are not in session, because the schools still send people that are related to the school, like the administrators, the principals, and groups that have to know how to respond with a deputy or a police officer. They send them to the same schools. I know you've addressed the question with me this last week when I spoke to you in your other capacity as the chief of Augusta, and you expressed these concerns, and I did try to cover that with you to help you understand that we have a plan with the schools that they're very comfortable with as to what times and what days these deputies are assigned to what schools. But we'll still work with all of our outlying area agencies to make sure that it's a partnership. And I apologize to you this last week, and I'll apologize again that somehow you were left out of the loop of the education piece, telling what's going to happen, who's going to be assigned to this, and when it takes place. So again, I apologize to you in public.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So a part of that is the township too, right? Kalamazoo Township, Comstock, is
Well-
Kalamazoo Township. So who answers those calls? Because I know like at Kalamazoo Central Township is housed in that school. So does the call go to you or does it go to Township? Or is this school particularly a part of Township?
So the Comstock schools, which the majority of them are out in the county and in the township of Comstock, those calls are answered by the sheriff's office.
Okay.
You know, and then the calls that would be answered someplace else, that's not something we're going to intervene with, but we will work with that agency if for some reason they say, hey, this is what's going on here. You might have a sibling in that school and we think there's a problem or a connection. We'll work together.
But my question is for Comstock Public Schools,
Yep.
anytime they try to reach law enforcement, that call is dispatched to you.
It's dispatched to the dispatch authority, and the closest car, if it's an emergency, gets sent. So if it's in the township of Kalamazoo or there's a school related to that, then they would go to calling the township police for that emergency.
I think I can help.
I'm speaking for
Jurisdictional authority.
Comstock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think what she's asking, Sheriff, correct me if I'm wrong, Monteith, but I think she's asking, what is the jurisdictional authority of Comstock? And that would be the sheriff's department, because Comstock doesn't have their own police force, correct?
Correct. They contract with the sheriff's office. Yes.
Vice Chair Ray.
Okay, I just have a question about the contract rate. It appears to be a little low. It's budgeted at 1602.98 quarterly. There's no cost for like clerical costs, supervisory costs, indirect costs, departmental administration. And there's only like $1,100 for fuel, training, maintenance. Is this sufficient to cover the cost of a resource officer?
It is. So we've researched this, extensively. In fact, when I go back to the Gull Lake situation, it's worked the very same way with Gull Lake from the beginning of our contract with them, that it'll work with these other schools. In fact, the other schools were very comfortable with the model, and our budget comes under budget every year. So again, it's not affected our budget. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Morales.
Abstain.
Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Reluctantly, yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Commissioner DeLu, do you want to read the last? Oh, it looked like you were ready over there. Oh. Okay. Do you have it, or I can get Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler? Will you read it, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll read this one. 2023-6627, request for approval and signature on school resource deputy agreement between Galesburg Augusta Community Schools, Climax Scotts Community Schools, and the County of Kalamazoo, acting on behalf of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office.
There is a motion and support. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
With the same reluctance, yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Abstain.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Okay, motion passes. This takes us into Commissioner Wheeler.
I have a motion from item 2023-6641 from Corporation Counsel, going back to the EGRAMS issue we have with the prosecuting attorney. So I move that the board approve the Title IV-D Cooperative Reimbursement Grant Contract Renewal and authorize the prosecuting attorney or their designee to sign electronically in EGRAMS.
Second.
There's a motion and support. We do need roll call for this. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and number, and you have up to, our name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes.
I, Beth McCann, Executive Director of Kalamazoo Neighborhood Housing. I just want to thank you all for approving your grant tonight for the senior millage and for the extension on our down payment assistance. So thank you for the work you do and thank you for supporting KNHS.
And thank you for thanking us. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we'll go to reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. I'll just be really quick. I think we got a good head start on this budget today. And there was a little trepidation. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to see it until this meeting. And what could it, maybe there's going to be like a 1% growth rate and like $15 on investment income or something. But no, I think it was, I think it's a really good start. And I think we're really, really close. And I think that this budget can be done sometime in October. I really do. I think we've got the good foundation and good footing to get this done. With that, I will pass. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have anything. I was going to look up the article that Sheriff Fuller talked about earlier today during public comment. So thank you for doing that. Other than that, I don't have anything. Thank you to administration for your hard work on the budget recommendations. I think that made the process a little bit easier than it has been in the past. So thank you for that work.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to thank you and your staff who's worked diligently on preparing our next year's budget and getting it out timely. I think it's critical that we get this, try to get this done. And I thank our chair for pushing all of the items to kind of get us educated before we get there. Obviously, we still have some work to do to iron out and make sure that we're going to fund all those programs that are doing good things for our community. And I think that's critical. I also, as I always do, try to reach out to the law enforcement, our firemen, our policemen, our ambulance folks, our military, our staff that continually works around the county to make this a great place to work, live, and play. Please, if you see them, tell them thanks for our hard work. We've had a lot of things come up, and we need to be mindful that this takes a great toll on them and their families, because many of the fire folks that are out there are away from their families every time that bell rings in the middle of the night during the holidays and many other times. We need to keep them in their mind and keep them in mind and keep them in our prayers. Thank you. Have a safe week.
Administrator Callan.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem and Commissioners. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for being patient with me and sitting through the budget presentation and listening to me kind of talk at you for a second. And luckily, you know, this isn't our last time that we'll talk about the budget. Very collaborative. We're very transparent. We'll get you those answers to the questions that you asked us, and by the next meeting. And I already have one of the answers for Commissioner Gisler actually about the lump sum payments. But really want to say thank you to staff. It's not just myself. It's the deputy administrators, the whole finance team, all of the directors, their staff, the electeds. It really takes us as an entire team to put together, you know, the presentation, the budget recommendation for you all to consider. And so it's a lot of work that goes into it. And I'm just appreciative of that. So thank you again. To answer Commissioner Gisler's question pertaining to retirement lump sum payout. So our Kalamazoo County Employee Retirement Systems Employee Handbook, the single sum benefit policy, it stipulates that general county members whose membership began after September 30th, 2009, and those that work for ISK for their membership that began after February 5th, 2013, that their lump sum payouts they're not eligible for lump sum payouts. So essentially, general county employees, September 30th, 2009, and then ISK is February 5th, 2013. Anyone before that, before those time frames applicable, could do the lump sum payout. So yeah, you were correct. So I want to get that to you. And then, like I said, the other answers to questions and reports we'll get by the next meeting for sure. Wanted to just sort of acknowledge some of the work that we do out in the community and some of the things that we get invited to present on occasion to organizations around town, and something that I want to highlight recently. Corporation Counsel Barnes was actually invited to the Kalamazoo County Bar Association's meeting or workshop to present on September 20th. And really what she'll be doing is sharing her insight on what it's like to serve as in-house counsel for governmental organizations. So that, yeah, that could be interesting, but it's good that on occasion we're able to get out in the community and kind of share that perspective, because serving it as in-house counsel for a government organization is totally different from a private entity. So it'll be good, and she'll be able to probably get out there and hopefully recruit some more to the profession in government. So that'd be good. If you recall, Jane Ghosh from Discover Kalamazoo shared that the hot rod or the street rod car parade is this Friday, and she offered for any commissioner that wanted to ride in the parade to just let them know. We need to know by tonight. So just let me know during either your commissioner's time or after the meeting. Just come and see me, and then that way I can get a list together. We'll be meeting at the fairgrounds this Friday at 11 o'clock, between 11 and 11:30 a.m. And then it'll be a couple hours or so before so, and they're just going to ride downtown. So I'd expect from 11 to probably 1-ish to participate if you'd like to be counted in those festivities. So just let me know, and I'll get your name down and we can count on you being there. I wanted to let you know just the last couple of things. The third quarter employee newsletter was sent out, so that focused heavily on really well-being and engagement. And then also we kind of talked about the budget in there a little bit too. We've received great responses from staff and even commissioners and elected officials on this tool for engagement. It's not our only tool, but we use it as a tool for engagement to keep everyone informed and engaged. And my team in administration, we've been going out to various departments kind of randomly, popping in, popping out. Our last one, it was an interesting occasion. Seems like a couple explosions went off in the county, a couple of fires, but so now we don't know if we want to really do that, but no, we'll continue going around and meeting with staff and just garnering some feedback and ideas and such. And then lastly, I did just send the board this afternoon the 2022 HCS annual report. So that's available online. It has a breadth of information to learn about the various services that they provide to the community. It's a very good report. I was very impressed with it. And so I just wanted to let you know that that's online and in your inbox for review. And that's all I have. Happy to take any questions though.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Wheeler.
I also want to say thank you to administration and staff for the budget. That was very, very helpful. When I was on the village council in Mattawan, I was the same way. Even in 2020, we got the 280-page book, and that's a lot to weed through. So other than that, if I can, I want to elevate the email we just got about the NACO prescription card program, which is to me amazing. My dad is a severe diabetic and just recently got diagnosed with a seizure disorder. So this is going to be incredibly helpful to him and probably many other people in Kalamazoo County. So really excited to start promoting this some more and start helping out some people. So other than that, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeLu.
Well, I guess I want to thank the board for approving the contracts for the school resource officers. I didn't realize it would be such an issue, because I can tell you that 98% of their work is positive. These kids really look up to these guys. They enjoy them. These officers become mentors and they become counselors. Do they deal with violence? Yes, but not on a daily basis. And it's just really a positive influence on youngsters. And I can tell you one thing, people you run into on the street, they always remember who their school resource officer was when they went there. And I think it's just a wonderful program, and staffing probably is an issue for the sheriff's department, but this is really important to get in there and show these kids, which they are, the positive side of law enforcement. So thank you.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. I did vote yes, even though it was with some reluctance. Yeah. You got to watch out for these well-trained armed people. First thing I want to mention is that the Comstock Downtown Development Authority is going to have a fall fest between noon and 3 o'clock on the 23rd. That's a Saturday. And I think they've done it before, but this is a bigger deal now. And they're going to have a food truck or two and some bounce houses and the kind of stuff that you do to attract families. I think there's probably going to be for kids under a certain age, you get free ice cream and that sort of stuff. So on the 23rd of September between noon and 3, mark your calendars and go to Comstock. I hope they have good weather. I laid some things on top of everybody's stuff, and this will be the last time I do some of this. This, I wanted to make sure you all had a chance to look at it's propertyfraudalert.com is who you check in with. And our clerk, Meredith Place, is promoting this, and I indeed will be doing some promotion of it because apparently there are people out there that just love to try to take out a mortgage on your property and that sort of thing without your knowledge. The other thing, and this is still good to the end of the year, the Avello $25 off coupon. I've had 2 families that they haven't gone yet, but they're going to go down and take 6 people, all paying adult fares. So there's $150 they can save. And, you know, maybe that'll get you into Disney World one day for one person. I don't know. Anyway, there's still plenty of these available. Get a hold of me if you need them, or you can stop by the airport and go to the airport director's office, which is on the 2nd floor above the bat. Never buy your teeth through Amazon. Above the baggage claim. I also dropped off, we had a few of these ag tour brochures left over. And I thought, you know, it's already history. It was a while back, I think the 18th of August. So, you know, just read it and see what you missed, and maybe you'll think differently next year. I think I was the only county commissioner that went, but I've got, you know, rural stuff all over the place. So I understand that. Everybody gets their pocket constitution. And the reason for that is because our next meeting will be after Constitution Day, which is September 17th. When is our next meeting? 15th. Okay. Don't confuse me. Montes loves to mess me up. And I will also part with just one little reminder that the 2 days after Constitution Day is Talk Like a Pirate Day. Arr.
All right. Commissioner Mazur, can you top that?
No, I can't. Well, I attended the Lincoln statue dedication at Bronson Park a week ago Sunday, and they did an amazing job and very well attended, and just they did a great job. So I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Gissler, it's duly noted that I will not go to these shops that provide tooth care in shopping centers and off Amazon. Thank you. Administrator, thank you and your staff for all of your hard work. That was a nice budget. When I came on, we would get that thick booklet of 200 pages. So that was nice. I want to invite you all, and I'll remind you during our next meeting as well, to the Hispanic Heritage event hosted by the Hispanic Latino Commission of Michigan. It's going to be on September 22 at the Delta Hotel. It is absolutely free. We are about to start the greatest month of one of the months. That's the greatest month for me, and that's Hispanic Heritage Month. So I invite you all to attend. There are going to be some awards ceremonies going on. Our very own Adelante Dano, that he is part of the, I can't think of the org he works for now. But anyway, he's a wonderful person that does a lot of events, especially for our migrant populations. He will be honored this year. Eva, who is no longer with us, was a recipient last year. So I look forward to this event, and you can register online if you go to the government website and type in Hispanic Latino Commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Steps.
I got a couple things and I wish I could be as fun. I guess the first thing I'll share, Commissioner Hepler used to be my high school resource officer. He may or may not have gotten after me. We won't speak on that. So I want to just express a couple of condolences to the community. Kalamazoo Township Fire Department lost an officer to a personal medical emergency. But Mark Warnicki, badge number 8422. Mark's daughter was a friend of my stepchild as they were growing up. Mark responded a number of times to the residential care facility that I ran, helping people during medical emergencies, extended seizures. So he was a good and caring person, and my condolences to him, fire department, and his family. I just want to provide my condolences to Waverly Bell. Waverly is a vice chair of our Veterans Service Board. He lost his son, Marcel, to gun violence recently on August the 26th. So my condolences to him and his family and his wife, Teresa, who's a former colleague and friend as well. Also want to lift up and just clarify, when I'm talking about staffing concerns at the juvenile home, I do not want it conveyed to the community that I am an advocate for incarceration. These were young people who had interfaced with law enforcement, who were directed to be detained and could not have been because of a lack of those resources. I just want to clarify, in 1964, we passed the Civil Rights Act, made it illegal to discriminate against people for housing, voting, education, and employment. One group of people, you can continue to discriminate against them for those four things, and those are convicted felons. And after the Civil Rights Act, the incarceration rate in the United States exploded by 700%, far out the pace of population growth, specifically impacting Black community members and Black men who are 6 times as likely to be incarcerated, 10 times as likely to be incarcerated for a drug offense, though drug use between whites and Blacks is the same. So incarceration is not the solution. A public health approach to community health, wealth, and prosperity is. We spend $80 billion on locking people up in the US, and we can do better than that. Last thing I want to lift up again, just hearing members of the trans community, again, listening to what I hope are well-intentioned commentary from community members. I'm a mental health professional. At a point in time in the DSM, being gay was diagnosed as a mental illness. And to have community members have to just hear their existence pathologized must be extremely distressing. I want to clarify that gender affirming care that gets discussed rarely involves invasive surgery. I know it's very exciting to talk about what people do with the intimate parts of their body, but that is rarely an approach taken, though sometimes it is. People who are straight or cisgendered often seek out gender affirming surgeries like breast augmentation or hormone replacement therapy. And those things are not widely criticized and critiqued by the community members. So when we talk about loving other people, it's accepting them for who they are and that whatever path God lays out for them is one that God knows and they know, not one that I would espouse to know, right? That is between them and who they are. And the last thing that I'll lift up is study of human sexuality and human biology. People are born with all sorts of different body parts. They're not just born one way or another, and there are a wide variety of genes and genetic biomarkers that are involved with the expression of sexuality and the growth of bodily functions. And to just love and be compassionate with other people, it's the way forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And I've got three real quick things before we adjourn. One, I did receive a letter from the Bar Association. Administrator Catlin received that as well, about a potential of renaming the Justice Facility after Judge Pratt, who has served here for a long time and just a trailblazer in this community. Number two, we've got, and I just learned this the other day, and I've got to elevate this. Our prosecutor and our sheriff are presidents of the Michigan Association of Counties Prosecutor and Sheriff's Group. And I don't think that's ever happened before at the same time. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them. And number three, Bo, if you're still up, it's time to go to bed. With that, we are adjourned.